What's going on, everybody? I'm CaptainRoBear, and this is Saved by the Spell 2 Game of Saving Throws 58, baby!
Oh, you can act all excited, but I am absolutely just myself in fear right now. Since we left, I have been. All I can think about is this night right here and what it's come to.
Probably our deaths.
I'm scared.
No one's surviving this.
I scared him, guys. I told him that I've been working for 8 hours today. It may have set in the fear.
Yeah.
Never put this much willingly into a campaign this early. Usually it's the time that we sign on and he has that little bit of ramp. That's why sometimes we're a little bit late. 8 hours of this nonsense?
Yep.
Right.
It's a lot. There's a lot of work to do. A lot of map work to be done. But we got
We're gonna
there.
get lost. Oh, it's the land of giants. Everything's big and it's gonna take us twice as long to get anywhere.
Perfect.
Opening doors is gonna be hard. That's what I fear the most.
Opening doors?
Big heavy doors.
Dude, Linam Roll was horrible because there was a million steps.
Yes.
Can you imagine how exhausting that would be? It's like having to climb 20 fences to go anywhere. Ugh. Horrible. I could barely climb one chain link fence in college without shredding all of my clothes. Ugh. Good to be here, man.
I'm just gonna let that one go. Sometimes you don't want to poke the bear before you walk into a giant's den.
There was particularly a pair of jeans that were pinned up on the wall for a long time because it ripped the whole ass out jumping over a chain link fence. It was immortalized.
Oh, been there.
What a memory.
Been there.
You can hang it on a wall. That was a good memory.
Well, you know, it'd be one of those like snow parties, and you're like, oh man, dude, I'm wearing Birkenstocks. I'm not going around. I'm gonna get all soaked, and you try to do a fox barrel roll over that thing, and you know, it doesn't go as intended. Your keystones go everywhere.
It's an oddly specific scenario.
I mean,
Very specific.
we know that college life, don't we?
Just
Yeah.
giving the truth, man. Just giving the truth.
What a wild life.
So I'm going to do something a little bit different. If anybody has an announcement, you can go. If you don't have one, don't worry about it. Anybody have anything for this week?
I don't think so.
Feels weird to say something. I applied for
Caustic.
partner.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to hear.
I'm just gonna slide that in there real subtly. Very quiet, by the way. So if anybody wants to come hang out, you're invited. No pressure though.
I'm gonna need tweets. I'm gonna need fireworks. I'm gonna need road flares and smoke signals before you go live every single day. That way I can get all the tabs open.
Got it. I can definitely do that. Maybe not the smoke signals because that means I have to make fire and Mudcat doesn't trust me to do that.
Yeah, that's factual.
It's just not allowed. I'm not trusted.
So that's so much cooking, but definitely a lot of ordering out in the family. Okay, got it.
Yes. Every time I make bacon, the smoke alarm always goes off.
Guys, if you open up and leave a tab for Caustic open the whole week, she guaranteed me that she will burn every single one of these. Every last one of these will
Those
burn.
bananas are gonna haunt my life.
Are you kidding me? That is going to be your partner badge. It's going to be a banana.
Amazing.
I hope when they review, they don't see that at all.
I think that's the only way that you truly can get partnership is if you show them that.
That's some unique content right there.
In fact, Mud, does that still exist on YouTube?
100%. You want the link?
Yeah,
Oh, absolutely.
I think we should have the direct link
out there
in
and I think
chat.
you should share that in chat and tag at Watch Mixer and say your next partner.
It's just a replay of just yeeting them over and over and over again.
There's the.
Yes, get that out there.
By the way, sub to the YouTube while you're there.
Fun. It's not a lot. Let's not.
Don't worry,
remember.
I got it over on the Twitch side too. We're covered.
Oh, good. Oh, thank goodness.
all bases are covered. If
Mortified across many platforms.
Listen, someday when I'm a famous documentary filmmaker, you're going to be very proud that you were in my first feature.
It's the kind of
That'll
footage
be-
that makes it on the Tiger King 2.
God.
Like being in David Lynch's first film or Tiger King's first, music video. I saw a tiger. He saw a man.
That one's so good. Like, it's ridiculous how good that one is. Like, how'd that not get out on the internet pre-documentary? That thing. Oof.
It's a great question.
Internet's a deep place, man.
Because
It's terrible, I guess.
John Oliver had him on in his initial run.
Yeah.
I
So, like,
remember him on John Oliver.
Like, I remember that, but they were so fascinated with his whatever the hell he was doing in that cage that he didn't get to the early deep cuts.
He was running for that was when he was running for president. He was on John Oliver.
Mhm.
It was like his little promo or whatever that he had going on.
Yep.
Oh man, it's all fun and games until you appropriate funds for your campaign.
Yeah, that's usually the line.
That's where you go to jail, folks.
Yep.
Any other announcements out there? Cool. Over on our side, if you have a stream loot card specifically that is a total party inspiration card that is currently one of the rarest cards in the game because you can no longer craft them, nor can you pull them from the loot table. So if you have them, they're incredibly special.
Oh, nice.
Just to let you know, so hang on to those. I've created an entirely new set of green cards. They all add +1 to every ability check that we have in the game. I've also eliminated Randy's Wooden Pickle, Barneson's Al and Dante, and the number 2 Ale. Those cards can no longer be crafted or pulled from the loot pile, so every card that you get does count for something within a roll. So if you're nostalgic and you want to hold on to one of those cards and be an OG and play one like in 2 years and make all of us chuckle, that's what you should do. Hold on to that bad boy. But yeah, those are no longer in the pile. Any card that you pull will be able to be played in the game and have some sort of effect if you get that roll.
I didn't realize you were getting rid of Randy's Wooden Pickles, so that's a bummer.
Yeah, well, it's not gone forever. It's just pulled from the pile. It could be inserted as a card that actually does something later. They've actually started to put some tools in there where I can kind of manipulate. There for a while, it's like, oh, you made a card and you want to kind of walk it back. Well, tough shit. But yeah, they've made significant improvements in that front. Other than that, man, if you haven't joined us on Wednesdays at 9 p.m. CST, Cyberpunk D&D is ramping up, having a good time, starting to feel comfortable in our skin. We're going to try and get you guys a guest with us next Wednesday. Don't know who it is yet. I'll let you know when I know.
That's that Captain RoBear planning that I love so much.
Hey, man, I got to show my bar this weekend. So the minute this is done, I go into flip mode for it, man. Yeah. We got Daddy's got to sell his real estate.
You get it. You get yours.
So I think I need maybe some appropriate music for this.
Ode to Joy in there anywhere?
I don't own the rights to Ode to Joy.
I'm trying to figure out if music's even coming through on my end.
Dude, you're just having a day, bro. You're just having a day.
No, it's mostly because I'm not using the pull link, so it's just like I have to route everything now, you know?
Ooh.
So,
Ominous.
as I have disclosed for the entire group before we got on today, full disclosure, there are potential scenarios tonight that are not balanced for this party. What does that mean? That means that there are real life consequences for trying to take on more than what you can handle. As our party heads into an entire city, I feel it is necessary to make this statement both to y'all as players and the audience. This TPK has been brought to you by Roll20 and D&D Beyond.com. Thank you for allowing us the ability to hear the death of my players and let them make new characters when I kill them all tonight. Now, it will be up to them to decide their fate. However, unlike most of this campaign, there will be scenarios that can possibly be unwinnable. And I think that is important to share with everyone.
I know that's a warning, but it sounds more like a challenge.
Oh God. No, Ruby, please.
Probably
Don't
need
worry.
a cat on a leash right now.
Valas is unkillable, so it don't matter.
What's the worst thing? You die again? Yeah.
Yeah. And then I'll be brought back again and just be fine.
If any of us can bring you back, if we all
No,
die.
there'll be somebody else, someone cooler, stronger.
I've actually
dead.
been thinking that the only way to truly punish you is to put you in a Travolta Nick Cage scenario where you and Kiki actually face off and switch bodies.
Took my face off.
And you become a monkey and aren't able to handle it, because that sounds like the anime spin-off episode that I need in my life.
Yes, it does.
I just finished watching Re-Sleeved. Just slow down on that, all right?
So, picking up where we left off last week on Game of Saving Throws, after completing the trials of Amon, the All-Father, the legendary god of all giants, you guys received a plethora of loot and a significant boon. You guys were given answers to long-held questions within your heart. Several truths were revealed around the group. As you gathered to exit the temple of the All-Father, you encountered what was left of Lothar in his post-charmed state, encountering his tribe of the Purple Worm. You guys were able to use the handful of your new goodies and dispense of them quickly and begin to make your way out of the Valley of Khurdun, set with the new knowledge from Amon of how to infiltrate SVARDBORG, the city of frost giants. We will pick up on Harshnag's sacrifice, sailing away from the Valley of Khurdun.
Valas is gonna stomp around the ship. He's gonna kick a skeleton down as he walks past him. Move your asses! We got a monkey to save. He's just ordering around all the skeletons to man stations and catch the wind with the sails, and there's one on the wheel right now, just holding it steady.
Good to see you're in your normal happy mood, Valas.
Now we have to go all the way back.
Yes, we do, Ruby. All the way back.
Hey, look at this as an opportunity. Maybe you learn how to do some ice fishing while you're out here.
Don't like my food cold.
You pull a fish up out of the ice, it's not cold.
But it's been in ice. It doesn't just magically heat up at that point.
You don't think the fish is swimming around in the water frozen, do you? He's warm inside.
I feel like this is a trick and I'm being lied to. If I pull a fish up and it is cold, I'm not eating it.
Cheekios. Does it sound like I'm lying to Ruby? You're not gonna find a cold, dead fish that's gonna bite a hook.
I didn't say it was dead, but it's probably pretty cold if it's swimming in ice.
The only
Or
thing
it's
that
frozen.
the only thing that I can guarantee is that under the water the fish don't stink.
Like that has ever bothered me. That's not a point. Not very helpful. Neither
Ruby,
of you.
I have seen you eat cold bacon. I have seen you eat lukewarm rat.
It's lukewarm. That's fine. I like room temperature. That's how it's supposed to be. That is okay. But frozen? I don't want a fish popsicle.
We have means to cook on this vessel.
Oh. Well,
You know she doesn't like her cooked.
You don't have to. It doesn't have to be all the way cooked through to warm it up.
it changes the texture when you apply the heat to it. It's
so
not the
extra
same.
thing.
I'm just not going to eat a lot while I'm here. It's fine, and I'm going to get grumpy and probably a little angry. But I can't wait till we get back to warm weather and real food.
No, Ruby, I'm not dealing with your hanger.
It's
Let me
not
ask-
hunger yet.
When it comes to texture, do you like tomatoes?
Tomatoes. Do they
Never
grow in the ice?
It's a texture food thing. I don't know. Something that Tormund told me a long time ago.
No to tomatoes? It's a
Why not?
vegetable, right? Or a fruit, or I don't actually know.
Ruby, what he's trying to say is there's a difference between slicing a tomato and putting it on your sandwich versus taking a small cherry tomato and biting into it and squishing it like it is an eyeball.
Yeah.
The eyeball part sounds a lot more fun because I would eat a real eyeball. What? It's a cool texture and goes and it goes everywhere. It's very interesting. Your food should be fun. If it's not fun to eat, why would you eat it?
There is still so much tabaxi in you. Wild tabaxi.
It's good. You should try it. And find some eyeballs when we get back.
It's just gonna go below deck and start looking for some fishing gear and tackle. Just seeing if there's anything on board this thawed vessel that he might be able to do some fishing with, so he can prove to Ruby that.
Roll an investigation check to find your grandpa's pocket fisherman from Ron Popeil.
You know, it was close. I was actually thinking of a cane pole and string.
Okay, Paul.
Who hasn't fished for catfish with a cane pole? I guess that's the majority of you. Never mind.
Yeah, I was like, what is that?
I've actually fished
Right.
more trout with a cane pole. I've always had better shit for catfish.
Oh, dude. Catfish are so dumb, dude.
Dude,
Little chicken liver, cane pole, and string, you're good.
We live on the Mississippi River. They can eat you.
Yeah, I thought people do catch catfish by sticking your arm in their mouths.
Oh, you can.
Noodling.
You could certainly
Okay,
noodle
yeah.
it.
All right, you said that was investigation. That will be dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Yeah, you're able to find some bait and tackle there. The bait's done dried up. Not in a great state, but you are able to find you're able to find some poles.
Perfect. It's just gonna come back up on deck looking like he just stepped out of a Cabela's catalog from 15 years ago, old rotten ass equipment and a fishing rod. Ruby, we're gonna do some fishing here off this boat.
That sounds so boring. I'd rather just go to a river and catch it with my hands.
It's the things you need to learn.
Why?
You're gonna survive out here. Besides,
How long are we staying here? I thought it was like a trip. That's it. I'm not putting roots down and saying this is my home.
It's not about putting roots down. It's about learning a new skill.
Just because it's a skill does not mean I have to learn it. Not every skill is important.
Hey, you're gonna thank me. You got a belly full of warm, wriggly fish, okay?
None of that sounds that delicious.
Better than starving, isn't it?
Fine. What do I need to do?
We are about to go to save our friends in the city of frost giants.
And we're fishing?
I need you to at least not be hungry when we do it.
Thank you, Cheekios.
Fine. I will eat only out of necessity, but I will not enjoy it.
We'll see about that.
Well, I cannot handle your sass this morning. I have too much to think about.
Ugh.
Hey, Cheekios, let me know if you find any coffee on this thing.
What am I supposed to do with this stick?
if I don't
start,
find any-
hitting the ship with it. This is just like a weak pole. How does
Stop,
it catch anything?
Stop. You're going to break it. Get
You
there.
can't. Anything that would be caught with this thing is too small and weak to eat anyway.
Hey, just relax. Here's how you bait the hook.
Fishing is stupid. Don't understand it.
Here's how you tie the line. Make it nice and taut, not too tight. Clip just extra shit off the bottom. And then out in the water it goes.
Dante is with you in his human form as well, learning to fish because he's never fished before. This is quite fascinating, actually.
Sometimes I really don't like you.
Me?
Give me the pole and we'll sit here and learn how to fish.
No,
What did
It's
I-
so
Hold on.
exciting.
What did I do?
Oh, this is fun to learn.
Hey, you two are gonna work together on this.
Make me look like a bad student.
He's gonna hand the pole to Ruby, and he's gonna pull slack off the front of the line, right outside the reel. He's gonna hand it to Dante. Listen, hey, I ain't gotta deal with this squabbling between you two fucking children.
I haven't
Yeah.
squabbled. This isn't a competition. I'm just.
Hey, with Ruby, everything's a competition.
True. It helps you improve. Competition is important for improvement. You're welcome.
That's what we're doing, is we're improving your fishing skills. He's gonna hand the line in his finger to Dante. Put your hand on this, Dante. Hold it underneath your ring finger.
Yes.
Now, feel that? Right there? That's the ocean. Just bobbing along with it. When you feel something hit it, you're gonna know. When it pulls out of your hand, Ruby, that's when you gotta pull back on the rod.
Got it. If it fights me, I fight it back.
Yeah.
Cool. Can I just jump in the water and get it?
I honestly feel like I'm trying to teach my children how to fish right now. Seriously, this is like QP&G, honestly. All day long. It's one mouthing off to me while the other's going, okay.
Oh my God, BRM with that GIF. Yeah, go ahead, Ruby. Roll a survival check with disadvantage because I know you're not paying attention, and I'm going to roll with advantage.
Ugh. That's a 7.
Not fantastic for me either. That's a big 11. That's a big 11.
We are doing great.
Hey, you're setting the DC, Chief. You're teaching us how to fish, so I don't know what we're fishing for out here.
I mean, cold water, probably some sort of sea bass.
Oh, dude, let's go for the halibut, boys. Let's do it.
Oh, we gotta have to sink lower than that. I mean, we gotta go to the bottom if you want halibut. That's gonna be a little hard to do when we're doing, you know.
All right, sounds like we're going for the welfare fish, my friends.
Yep.
Hey, can I just summon my whale and just make it look like I caught a giant whale?
You certainly could try.
Okay. But I'm not eating it. It's my friend. Just to clarify.
Is Mud back up? Sweet. Yes, he is.
Yep.
Awesome. All right.
Meanwhile, Valas has been in the bottom of the ship, fixing a leak.
God, even in your D&D, you're forced to build.
And
You can't escape this life, Mud.
to he's got his entire arm shoved into a leak in the side of the ship. We cracked a piece of ice.
I want to think that you're still screaming at that same skeleton that you've abused a couple of times now.
Yeah, the entire time. Get a fucking bucket, you idiot.
DC 14 on trying to pull up a fish at all, Ruby. Go ahead and roll just a single roll this time. Nope. That's a 9er
With
for me.
survival or just straight up roll?
Survival.
Okay, that's a 6. Fishing is not my thing.
We don't have any bait. We have no modifiers for us, and we're moving at a pretty good clip in Harsh Snag Sacrifice, trying to get the hell out of here. So,
Also, this is just a stupid pole and a string.
There was a lure-ish kind of thing in the bait box.
I don't know a lot about fishing, but this doesn't seem like enough.
All right, hold on. What do these skeletons look like, by the way? Are they just pure bone, or is there like little bits of like meat hanging off of them?
Not meat. There's barnacles. I mean, they look like the skeletons in Pirates of the Caribbean.
Perfect. I just need something I can put on the hook.
I have an idea. Leroy!
As-
And
as-
I grab his arm and take one hand and I hold onto his hand and the other on his arm and I break it off. And I'm going, Leroy, when there's a fish nearby, I want you to grab it. I'm going to tie your hand to my string and I want you to grab anything that touches it, okay? And I'm going to go ahead and cast it again with Leroy's hand on the other end of the string.
Leroy's hand is like trying to operate a claw machine blindfolded.
Perfect.
It's just randomly just grabbing.
Slightly better odds for me, I think.
Histor's just looking in shock.
If it works, I'm a genius.
Dante, you're feeling for something different on the line. Now you're gonna want a whole lot of jerking and wiggling before you let that thing go.
I'll be honest, I really just kind of want to watch how this is going to play out.
All right.
Experimenter here.
It's all in your hands now, Ruby.
Like always. Do I roll again?
With your new improvised device, I will allow you to roll survival with guidance. So you're gonna get a 1d4.
Okay.
Well, extra 1d4 on this roll.
19.
Improvise baits and lure. Success.
Smarter.
As you cast your line out into the ocean, it's ridiculous because just all we're seeing is just air bubbles and like calamity. But every now and then a squirrel gets a nut, and thus so does Ruby get a fish. As you're able to immediately snag a sea bass in the easier fashion than even fishing on Animal Crossing.
I'm gonna just pull it up and it flies up overhead onto the deck and I go,
Leroy's hand still attached to it, and the fish is flopping, and Leroy's hand is flopping all over the deck.
All right,
I
Ruby,
did it.
go ahead, eat your catch.
I don't.
No, don't let it get cold. This is when it's hot.
But it's not.
Come
Fine.
on.
Fine. She'll take it, pull Leroy's hand off, and just She'll bite its head off. That's what we're going for.
You know the fish in this river are poisonous, right?
What? Is that true?
No.
He has no idea.
Oh. I'm gonna take the rest of this fish and I'm gonna throw it at him.
Throwing
do
the
damage?
good parts. You're
I guess so.
throwing the
I'm just
extra.
angry at this point for being tricked.
You know, I've actually slapped another man hard enough with a trout for the scales to go off. So I'll let you use your dexterity on that bad boy to send it. If you do hit, it will scale him.
Good. That was a nat 20.
There you go.
Burn him on the good stuff, baby. Dude,
What a waste! What a waste!
you yeet that fish over to Valas, and just it's like slow motion. You can see as that fish hits the side of his face, his cheeks ripple as it deflects to the side and hits off the back of the captain quarters and down onto the ground, leaving a little trail of scales back across his face. Roll a 1d4.
It's a 2, so 4 points damage.
Two
total.
points of improvised fish eating.
I discovered a new weapon. It's just a thought. We could use fish and throw them at the enemy. It'll be very confusing.
What are we going to do with you? Alistar is sitting up at the top above the captain's quarters, just leaning against one of the masts, just a big grin on her face, watching all of this.
There we go. And that is how you deal with cold fish.
It wasn't cold though, was it?
I didn't remember. It all happened very fast. Because somebody told me it was poisoned.
Ruby, you are the reason why men drink.
You're
A lot.
welcome, then. It seems like you both really like it.
You are not wrong.
Again, another point for me. I think I'm up to 6,000 today.
If we were not going after frost giants, every bit of me would throw you overboard, just to see, just to see you squirm.
Can you even count to 6,000? Can you even count to 6?
Yeah, of course I can count to 6. Why would you say something
Prove
like
it.
that? Oh, really? Really? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Why would you say that? Like it's that hard.
Never know.
Really? You thought I couldn't count to 6? You think I don't know my numbers?
Well, you have the brain of a cat, so...
I do not have a brain of a cat. I may have some features that are similar. I am not a cat, though.
Riddle me this, Ruby. Can you burn a banana?
I will. I'm going to take Leroy's hand and I'm going to throw it at Cheekios. As hard as I can.
Go for it.
Oh, gosh. This is even my dex again. That is going to be a 26.
26.
My dex is good.
Oh yeah, it hits hard enough to just break open and split.
You have this as a prop for you. I like avoid the whole banana section at grocery stores these days.
It's because they're a picture of you that says public enemy number 1.
Yeah, roll for damage.
That is gonna be 3 points of damage.
3 points of Leroy's damage to me.
You all know I deserve more respect. I got the fish, I got it all, and I've done a lot here. Of course I can count to 6. Besides, if I couldn't count to 6, wouldn't that be mean of you all to let me live this long without knowing some of my basic numerics? Shame
Ignorance
on
is
you all.
bliss, Ruby. Ignorance is bliss.
Who says numerics?
Ruby, let's talk about the truth of all of this. Just how nervous are you right now?
Well, I'm feeling a little bit like I'm the outsider right now, and I'm going to go join my whale friend over on the other side of this boat.
No, let's talk about what's really going on here. Ruby, how nervous are you today?
Well, I mean, it's not like I know this terrain very well. It's icy and slick. And there's water everywhere, and everything is big and giant, and I don't like those sorts of odds. Who wouldn't feel a little on edge? Right? I'm not the only one, right? Am I the only one? Are you all really that confident like this is going to be easy? They're massive. Last time we ran into them, we lost 2 friends.
I
It
mean,
did not go well.
we just fought a giant worm, and before that, a kraken god, and
This is a whole village. That dude has a ring, which sounds not impressive unless you remember what kind of ring that is.
mean the Ring of Winter?
Yes, I know it's the ring of winter, but I just thought you shouldn't fear people who wear rings. That's not enough.
unless they're part of some sort of gang.
Well, fine. Maybe if it's a gang ring sign, the little insignia on it, maybe you should fear that. But for the most part, what if we don't find our friends? Is anybody ready for that answer?
We don't have to answer that question yet, because we are not there. What's your first question? Am I worried? Of course I'm worried. I do not have a good sense of fear going into this. There's something wrong with me. I've been around you enough, Ruby. What I'm trying to say is we all show it a little bit differently. But yes, I am worried. But I will not let that fear paralyze me. We only have one shot at this. So I'm going to do my best. And that involves with us getting a proper meal before we do it.
Fine. I will eat whatever terrible things that you all cook.
Ruby. It will be just fine. The meal will be just fine.
Meal will be fine. A meal is fine.
Valas. When we spoke with the Old Father, we have a location, no?
Yeah, he said we were only a few miles from where we needed to go. We were almost there when we were at Harshnag's house. So
And
I
we
assume
will,
we just travel a little bit further the opposite direction we've already gone.
we will try to find openings in the ice in the side. Make our approach that way.
Yeah, he
Otherwise,
said
they will
that-
surely see us coming if we just attack the side.
Yeah, he mentioned that was what we should be looking for, and somewhere in the ice we'll find Kiki, presumably. He said she was outside of the gates, so we can only hope that, well, we trip over her or something.
Do you have a tracker on her or something?
No, but she screams really loud, so sure we'll hear her.
All right. So we're going against ice giants. Hopefully we can avoid them altogether.
Ruby, there will be no avoiding the fact that we will have to confront your Storvald to try to get Emery back.
And the
And the
ring.
conch.
And the conch. Ugh. We have a lot of things we have to do.
I'll be honest, there may be no recovering that ring. But we need to get Emery in the conch.
Won't it be dangerous to leave him with it?
To hell with the ring. We go for our friends.
But if we don't stop him, what will stop him from freezing over everything?
I know it is.
Okay.
It is a problem. It is a huge problem.
I just assumed we were doing this to save
Emery?
things, people, not just Emery, but do good things for the world or something like that. I don't.
That's what getting Emery
But
in the conch.
we're hedging our bets that if we can get the conch, we will be able to restore the ordering through the storm giants. If the storm giants are strong, they can keep the frost giants at bay. What we need to do is get them balancing against themselves again and not having us go out and try to play intermediator between all of them. But lucky it hasn't killed us all yet.
All right. All right. So how do we at least make sure he doesn't kill us? If we can't defeat him, and he's certainly not going to let us go because we'll be going to the storm giants and he won't want that. I'm not quite sure what that looks like. I mean, we attack him, he probably has what, an army already still?
He has an entire city.
So fighting him is not a good thing. Maybe we could put him to sleep.
I'm afraid that most of our magic may not be useful against him while he wears the ring.
What about... I don't know. I'm just trying to think. It feels unsure. I don't do well in the moment. Well, I do well. We're well enough that we're alive, but...
Cheekios is attaching his apron at this point. I've already thrown Histor my wineskin. And I've attached a small note on the side. I'll DM it to you. As I begin to prepare my hero's feast, magically conjuring up another damn cobbler. But this time I'm doing my favorite airport breakfast. I'm doing lox bagel and smoked salmon with capers.
That
Trying
does
to-
sound really good.
Trying to prove to a point to Ruby that that smoked fish can be delicious.
By adding all the extra stuff on it? It's a bold move. It's a bold move.
No, it's there separate. And it looks like it's raw, but yet it is still smoked, you know? This is like the ultimate trick.
Okay. All right.
It looks like you're eating raw fish, but it's you're actually not. You know, big old fatty tray of it. We got it served up Scandinavian style. You got the radishes over by the side. Oh my god, I could kill for one of those.
I might roll to see if I like this or not. We'll see if this trick works. You roll what? Persuasion?
Yeah, I can roll a persuasion check. Ruby, you need to try this. I promise. Look at it. It is fish, pure.
What did you do to it? Did you actually cook it? Let me see. Let me look at it. I'll eat it because we agreed upon it. But if I don't like it...
It is a different kind of cook. I'm public rolling it. I have a +7. That's a dirty 20. I don't get to use my persuasion very often. Because if there's something for the group to talk, you know, I let the group talk. So
yeah. I was just curious how that works.
No, try it. Look at the fat. Look at the barbering on it.
She's gonna pick at it a little bit and go. All right. She's gonna grab the whole thing and just stuff it in her mouth, thinking she's just gonna get it over with real quick. And then she starts to chew it a little bit slower.
Yes.
This is very good. Do not tell Histor, but I would like more. Please. And she's gonna turn around and walk away. Tail between her legs.
I double up conjuring.
It can never be said out loud because she will not live it down.
All right. On that hero's feast.
Mm.
That we conjure up. 2d10s. Come on, baby. Come on. 6. 16 temporary hit points, my friends.
All right.
16.
Yeah. You guys have advantage on wisdom saving throws. Yeah, you got those 16 extra points, and you're immune to poison or being frightened.
Are we taking a long rest while we're on this trip as well?
Yes, you guys all click that long rest.
Is that fish still hurting your face? Dumb. I can count to 6.
On this journey, Valas is gonna spend a couple hours reading that sword fighting book as well.
Yeah, go ahead and finish that bad boy off.
So I'm gonna finish the last 2 hours of it, reading it like it's the 7th Harry Potter book. In one sitting.
Dumbledore kills Gandalf. What does that give you again? I can't even remember.
It was Dante's. It was just his book of sword fighting. I have no idea what it gives me. He didn't tell me.
Oh, I never linked it to you?
You're never like, nope.
Oh, dear God.
I've been reading this book in hopes that it wasn't a Stephen King book.
Oh, no.
But there's some payoff at the end.
Yeah,
There
there's...
isn't.
That's hilarious. I'll take
This
care of
end
that.
is the pointy end. You should stab people with it.
Just every chapter says the same thing.
Try not to cut yourself.
Takes Valis a long time to learn that lesson.
All
Yeah,
right.
Literally all the information I had was Dante's book of sword fighting.
You use when you're sword fighting with yours, are you use dexterity, right?
Hit the DC. Actually, I don't know, because I don't usually. The first time I've really used swords is with when you gave me the new sword, and I was casting spells through it. Let me see.
He's gonna learn something about himself.
My short swords and my rapier are +8 and +10. The Alanith is a +4. I don't really know, honestly, what I'm using.
You should be using your dexterity on those because you're not using strength. You don't have a strength build.
No, I'm trying to figure out where it's coming from because I have a +2 rapier.
Yep.
But I have a +10 to hit on that.
Yeah. So add a increase your dexterity by 2.
Whoa!
Yeah. So it's
It's a monster.
It's not the number up above, but it'll be the number below. So whatever that number is currently, what is it?
Great.
Dexterity. I have a 19.
19. So it's 21 now.
Oh no, I had a 17. Now it's a 19.
Now it's 19. Gotcha.
So went to a +4. Let's go. You're right. It was dexterity that my weapons were based off of.
Yep.
Dexterity is my thing. You can back off, buddy.
My rapier and short swords were based off of it, but not my new sword because that's a staff. But it's a sword.
Yeah, but it's a sword. I just need to fix that. But you're not. If you swing with it, it's a +3 weapon plus your proficiency. So 6 plus your dex. What's your dex right now?
4.
4. So it's a +10 weapon.
Okay. That would be good enough.
If you ever have to swing that bad boy.
I'll just override the hit.
Desperate times.
There we go. Perfect. Got it. Yo.
I sit down next to Histor and pull out my other wineskin. I swing and hit him in his shoulder a couple of times with his new armor. So, is this what is finally going to save the world's most durable warrior?
I don't know, Cheekios. I'm praying. Got a heading now. More so than I've ever had before. That's all I can think about right now.
Histor, that armor that you have, it's not just your armor anymore. Almost every time that you put that on, I slam my hand in the middle of it. You are wearing Harshnag. You are fighting for 2 now. And that's what we need out of you. We need you to be both. Now you have his strength, his durability. I believe in you.
Thanks, Cheekios. Take that wineskin and just...
And we are done with this. We can grow old and talk about being shitty grandfathers instead of shitty fathers.
Cheekios, we survived this, I promise you. There will be no shitty Histor Faust grandfather. If we get a chance to grow old, I'm gonna spend every minute making up for the shit that I lost from my kids with theirs.
I hope that when Dante is done with that book, you know he's been writing a book, right?
Dante reads a lot of books.
He's been writing one.
He's writing a book.
He's writing our tale. He is done. Your kids will have something to read to know what their father did and what he stood for. It's not just their old man trying to convince them that he was out there trying to save the world. They will know that he did.
Well, I guess. Even if this becomes our last fight, that'll be enough to let this old soldier rest.
Don't think about being old. We have too much to do.
The wine helps.
Wine always helps until it doesn't. I pat you on the back and get up and head to the back of the vessel where Alistar's at.
Shit, I'm gonna get up and follow you. I'm done sitting on my ass brooding in my own head. Got a little bit of wine in me. Feeling good.
So, Alistar, you've helped show Ruby your finer points of the bow, no? I've done my best. I'm confident in her ability as a warrior. What she doesn't know yet, she will pick up in the field. Good. This is good. I need to know if this is something that you are prepared to do. I know he gets cut off early. Cheekios. I've been more than just training my entire life in the Fae now. I know that it seems like not much time has passed since you first saved me from my situation. But I am a grown woman now, and I'm more than capable of defending myself. You have to remember that there's some sort of level of guilt that I carry in all of this. People look at me, they will think the actions of all giants. This is important to me too, Cheekios. You are right. You are right. I'm sorry. I don't mean to treat you like a child. My apologies. I'm just thankful that you are here. Don't worry. It is mutual. Now that we have this man in this immaculate armor, how should any arrow or magic find its way to penetrate me?
And here I thought you might have forgot. I'll try and keep you safe as much as I can. I did on the cloud. I will on the ice.
The first time, you did the second. And I fully expect on the third. When this is done, she comes over and stands up and towers up above you, Histor. Kind of stares down, puts a hand on both of your shoulders. When this is done, we will deal with my mother and your son.
In due time. All in due time.
Unfortunately, Histor, when we are done, I will tell you why we don't have time. And she kind of turns away and puts her hands on the rail and stares out into the ocean. Everybody roll a perception check.
15.
8.
22. Yeah, big cat eyes. I'll just say I was sitting up at the crow's nest. Watching.
Eating your salmon up there. Nobody can see you.
And hiding, yes.
In your little treehouse. I could just, oh my God, where's the art on that? We have this boat, and the only thing you can see from Ruby, there's like fish bones over the rail, but you just see the tail ticking back and forth.
Someday we're gonna have an art book full of just scenes from this campaign.
Oh, dude, I can only imagine.
The coloring book.
Ugh. You guys can detect that temperature dropping again, and there's even more ice in the water than there was before. You can tell that a hard freeze is coming. There's no doubt about that whatsoever. It's about halfway distance back to where you guys were before.
Guys, are we going to be able to continue?
We are lucky because this ship is the icebreaker.
So, we'll be fine? I mean, that's a lot of ice that I'm seeing. I don't...
Instead of plowing forward, it goes up on top of the ice and breaks it down, Ruby. There are some things that we won't be able to go through, but I am confident in Valas' abilities to get us there.
Does this mean that we're
Listen to
getting
Bit
close?
the whole way.
Hmm. How much further do we think we have?
Hours. We are only hours away.
Okay. All right. This ship, this was meant for this place, right? Do you think it might have any maps to indicate like the right tunnels or anything? It seems like an informational boat. We found other things.
I spent a lot of time going through most of the manifests and maps. There wasn't a lot to go off of.
But you weren't looking for that in particular.
Well, I was looking for maps and
You were
other
looking
charts.
for the temple, and you were looking for Sorok's father.
I was looking for everything, any sort of map.
Well, maybe with your dead eyes, you couldn't find it. I'm going to look again.
Be my guest. He's gonna motion over to the captain's quarters.
I'm gonna keep checking. See if any of the floorboards can be lifted up.
Needle in a haystack.
It may not exist. I'm trying anyway.
Investigation check.
Yeah.
I'm putting the DC at 19.
Investigation.
Oh boy.
8 for me. Okay, that's a 5. I don't find anything.
The world's
You do find a long forgotten small barrel of sardines though.
I'm gonna shut the door and I'm gonna eat them by myself. They're mine.
Surprisingly, they've been salt packed hard enough to where they haven't froze.
Perfect. Very happy with this.
I can imagine you going up and snagging some of the crackers and some of the rather random condiments to go.
This is nice. This is perfect. I miss salty fish. Perfect. Perfect. Did any of those floorboards come loose? Because she's gonna hide that can of sardines back under there so no one knows she had it.
Oh, I mean, yeah, you can totally do. You can.
Perfect. I'm gonna hide it. No one needs to know what I've been doing.
It's your own little scurvy protector.
Perfect. Perfect. I'm good to go. I opened the door. All right, so there's no map.
You don't say.
No, there isn't.
You want to go check downstairs in the brig? Might be one in there. I think I saw one hanging up.
I'm not going back down there. That is not the place where I will ever enter again, especially with you around. So, no. Thank
All
you.
right. Suit yourself.
I will suit myself, and I am suited very well. No thanks to you. Wait, how about this? Why are you so mean? You've been so cranky since you've gotten back here, always just focusing on the ship and pushing back. I don't know. I'm not expecting you to be grateful or anything, but you're alive-ish, or the potential to be. Just thought you could not smile. That's not your thing. Not be so annoying?
You know what, Ruby? You're
What?
right. I've been kind of a jerk. Just kind of, it's the way I am. It's the time I spent on the seas, and I'm gonna be really honest with you. I didn't have a great childhood, and it's really affected me as an adult.
All right, are you being sarcastic with me? Because I'm inclined to believe not. Come on! I'm trying. If I had another fish to throw at you, I would throw another fish at you.
You know why I'm sarcastic to you?
No.
Why I mean to you? Because you're a thief.
Like, you're a lot better, pirate.
Yes, but I always tell people when I'm going to steal from them.
That doesn't make you better.
Sure it does. I'm not
No,
sneaking
it
around
doesn't.
all nimbly-bimbly like.
Okay, it's not nimbly bimbly. I'm a giant tabaxi. It's really hard for me to be all nimbly bimbly.
All I know is
You're just mad that I'm good at it.
you're just shifty, and I can't trust you.
I'm shifty. Do I look like I keep secrets? I don't. You know what's going on.
Yeah? What were you doing in the office so long? In the captain's quarters?
This is a test, isn't it? I was looking for the maps.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see them? No, I didn't.
You were in there a
find
long
them.
time.
Well, I was trying to pull up the frickin' floorboards.
Why were you trying to pull up the floorboards?
Because I was thinking there was a hiding spot for all the maps.
Why are you ruining the ship?
I'm not ruining the ship.
This is why I have a problem with you.
It's not. That's not why you had the problem with me, because you know I was beforehand and you were mean to me beforehand. So that is not flowing logically. Hmm?
You're just, like I said, you're just shifty. I don't know if we can trust you.
I have done so much for you. And also, who's we? We can't trust you. Who else?
Me and Histor and Cheekios, we were together long before you came around.
A long time. How long?
Long time before
How
you
long?
stole our yams.
How long? Yeah, did you all grow up together somewhere?
We might as
Spring
well.
break vacation?
We met in a tavern 2 nights before we wound up at Nightstone.
2 nights?
Hey, a lot happened in those 2 nights.
2 nights. You knew me that? Well, guess what? I've known them now for more nights when you were there. So now you Or not the one in the time frame of knowing more days. I've known them more days.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I was dead because you guys let me die.
I didn't let you die.
Yeah, you
I tried
did.
to not let you die. You were dead because you got yourself killed.
No, I'm dead because what's his face shot me in the back with an ice knife.
That's true. So it's not our fault. We'll just agree.
By the way,
I mean-
do we have to save that guy?
Yes, we need to save Emery. And
You
it
sure?
wasn't his fault that he killed you. I mean, you were kind of hill giant food at that point.
That's true.
Hey, I had him right where I wanted him.
Valas, I've held a rather large chunk of your right leg in my arms.
I was gonna attack him from the inside. You don't know what I was doing.
You were pretty unconscious. I don't think you wanted anything.
Yeah, I was pretending. It's called acting, Ruby.
You're a terrible actor.
You were acting to be dead
Mm-hmm.
as I was on my knees praying to Bahamut to save your life.
Mm-hmm. I don't
were-
trust any of this.
You were acting pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Valas,
Yes.
everyone knows you are plenty cocksure of yourself and your abilities.
I second that.
You don't even know what it means.
And Valas, focus. And I understand that you believe that you no longer fear death. But remember this. That if you go again, you have something to fear worse than death. If you go under again, we may never be able to get you away from Malakar's grasp. You will be his. Think
He's
about
the
that.
worst. Ugh.
He is the worst.
We have already gone to the ends of the earth to see you again. I don't want to have to do it a second time. May never come back.
No,
Well.
he's right. I saw you in a vision. That's how I knew to come to you.
Well, if I have anything to say about it, you'll all be dead long before I will.
You're
I'm
already
understanding
dead.
this right?
Again. Before I'm dead again, okay?
You have to first become alive before you can be dead again.
And there's no way. There's no way. I'm letting Malakar get his hands into anything revolving around me.
I think you're going to need some help for that.
Well, you're here, aren't you?
You're glad that your friend's here, that for some reason I can't quit you and I need this asshole in my life.
You think I'm an asshole? You should have met Malakar when he wasn't a giant squid guy.
I'm sure he was a dick above all other dicks.
You know that guy tried to bang everyone's mom on the crew?
Enough said. Enough said.
Every time we'd pull back into port, he'd find the new sailors, and he'd try to sleep with their mothers. We'd pull a new guy on the ship, we'd have to warn him. Don't let Malakar anywhere near your mom.
Did he get your mom?
Yes.
I haven't seen my mother in I don't even know how many years.
I bet Malakar's seen your mother.
Alice, you got an interesting way of saying that a man's a mother.
It sounds that he is a mother lover.
Well, you and I have very different definitions between love and because it
That's-
sounds like that's all he was
That-
interested in.
That we will save for another day, Histor Faust. No.
I just want to know this, Valas. As you were cresting from this world, it was round, wasn't it?
Also, I'm gonna look up at the sky. And...
I got you. He got you there.
It's happening! It's finally happening!
I don't recall.
You're a lion cur, sir.
You can look at, you can see the curvature of the horizon.
Listen, this world is flat. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it's not true.
There is one thing that is certain in this life, and that is you are full of shit, ValasBorg. And I will drink to that.
One
Thank
day
you,
I will
Cheekios.
show you. I will take you to the edge of the earth, Cheekios, and then I will kick you off the side.
And I will take the rum and the brandy and the wine with me, and you will be left drinkless as I float away into the never-ending maelstrom. And I will
He got
possibly,
you. He wins.
and I will meet up with our old goblin captain, whatever his name was. Rest his soul.
Anyways, why are you guys grilling me? I gotta ship the
Listen.
fuck around here.
We just haven't really had a chance to talk to you since we brought you back. And you've also been a sourpuss, and I don't like that.
I've not been a sourpuss.
Okay, well, maybe more than usual, but, you know, I could just offer to be a little kind. Sometimes.
What are you talking about? I get along great with Dante. Ask him.
Dante?
Dante pulls up from his book. Wonderfully. And he grins looking down at his book because he's starting to understand sarcasm for the
See?
first time.
Thank you.
No.
And you know why I like Dante? Because he's not a thief.
What is wrong with being a thief? You're just a louder thief.
Yeah, but I don't steal from the group.
Well, you weren't my group at that time. So that's fine.
And you haven't stolen from us ever since we became a group?
Not that I remember.
You know, there was that time you stole that bacon.
Histor,
We were all
See?
eating it. We were all eating it. I didn't steal it from anyone. If I stole it, then you all also stole it because you cooked it and ate it too.
Ruby, relax.
I'm innocent in this.
Just kidding.
are you
Why
hearing
are you
this?
picking on me?
We are making an argument between the pirate and the thief. And who is more ethical? Dante, for the first time in your life, this is the one time that we need your philosophical reasoning.
I'm not saying that I am more ethical, but I am just as ethical. Ethical, at least, at minimum. We're equally not good.
If you really want my professional opinion, I think all of you have pre-existing psychological issues that have led to all of this.
That sounds right.
What do you know? You're like 4 days old. I'm gonna turn to have a drink with Histor.
Don't look at me. You face that man.
I'll take that drink, though. Give me his drink.
I'm gonna hand her the drink instead. Raise the glass to her.
Ah! The stealing! No? Okay, just us.
No?
No.
All right.
To pirating.
You sea hardened bastard. You don't want to address all the shit you've got inside you? Well, I can drink that just like you can.
Maybe he's just sour because he doesn't have Kiki.
I feel like I've made that pretty clear.
Well, we don't listen to you.
So, I've been meaning to ask, because I'm curious, just on a personal level. What is your obsession with that monkey? Is it, you know?
Do you love her?
Do I love a monkey?
Do you love her?
I mean,
Have
there's
you
nothing wrong with
kissed
it.
her?
There's nothing wrong with loving a monkey. I'm telling you
Did
that
you
right
Just
now.
like
kiss
there's-
the monkey?
There's One could say the same thing about kissing a cat.
Hey, no one's ever kissed me.
I don't know.
And
How'd
no
you
one
get
ever
those
will.
badges again?
I'm just kidding. Not that I would share that with any of you.
Kiki's my oldest friend.
How did she get to be your friend? Are we your friends?
Some of you.
I
But,
know how it's directed.
Kiki was with me before I captained a ship. When my early crewmates and friends died, she was still there. We've been through more battles than you can imagine.
Hmm.
Also, she kind of fills the dead air, so it's nice to have some noise around sometimes.
I used to love Ruby for that then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but, she doesn't steal from me.
I'm sure Kiki has taken plenty from you.
You know, for a man who stole so many swords from so many soldiers, you talk a big game about stealing.
Yeah, but when I looked Jerry in the eyes and took his swords, he knew it.
He was so gone out of his mind, he had no idea what you were doing.
Yeah, that doesn't count.
Yeah. He knew eventually.
Just before he died, saving the rest of us.
Let me ask, how did he die?
You really want to know?
Yeah.
Not to
put him-
gloat, right? You can't. He was a good man.
There was a giant crystal and a mechanized robot by some goblin head by the name of Randy. He put himself between the crystal and Ruby as a meat shield. When it exploded, he was vaporized. Ruby, me, Cheekios all survived.
Not gonna lie, that sounds like a pretty cool way to go out.
I'm pretty sure wherever that son of a bitch is, he's dancing his little legs off with zero cares.
Wherever Jerry is, and what he did before he atoned for it. There's no doubt about that.
When you say crystal, though, is this the same crystals from Nightstone?
Same crystals.
In that there are a lot of them. And they were all hidden in a bunch of towns.
Why did the Giants want them? I don't think I ever even learned.
It's just gonna reach back and open up this black hole and show this little bit of crystal. It's pretty, but don't touch it. Because you don't know what will happen to you. Turn me into a fireball. Turn me into a dragon. It's the good with the bad. It's the yin with the yang.
It's a lot of fun.
All I've heard is good things so far. What's the bad part?
I don't know, blowing up and possibly killing everyone else around you and exploding fireball?
Has that ever happened?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And you're not
all-
supposed to touch two at the same time or touch it twice.
It also turned
Did you
a
guys find
giant into a bigger giant who is probably part of the problem of where we are right now.
there's a lot of rules to these things? Do you guys find a book or something, or are you just making these up?
No, a lot of lessons learned the hard way. I did the one where you touch two at the same time. It wasn't good.
Everyone, look. As we look up to the horizon, You can see the long, tall peaks of SVARDBORG beginning to appear through the horizon. Whatever your preparations are, you need to do it now.
There it is. Oh, there's Harsnag's sacrifice. Ish.
We can see sails of frost giant ships on patrol, surrounding the outside perimeter. It almost looks like the peak reaches up past the clouds.
So where do we think he is in there? Which one is the biggest building?
In the very center.
No doubt about that.
He'll want him put himself to the closest that he can to escape and the farthest he can from the fight. Backside of that mountain. Biggest hut you can see that can see everything else. Egotistical bastard. He's gonna want to rule over his kingdom from the top, where he can send his minions in to do his bidding while he escapes out the back door.
Valas, I need you to perform a survival check for the navigation.
Nat 20.
Get
those
the
20s in chat right
Drop
now.
those 20s. Holy.
That's what I think of your
All the
survival
hands.
checks.
Oh my God.
Oh, that's a new 20.
I've been playing around with simplification.
Fancy.
Oh, big. Really easy to read.
As you completely circumvent every single one of these agile frost giant ships, able to sail around multiple times to garner the best entry point. You finally find one of these glacier carved tunnels, avoiding all detection as you pull in Harsnag's sacrifice. All the way up into the side. Circumvented a hell of a lot of checks.
That's why we sail with the purple pirate.
As I walk up, I'm gonna kick the release on the anchor and just say, well, this is as far as she goes.
Oh. Well, thank you for getting us here. Pretty good, Captain.
Pretty good.
You're the captain, though.
That was unbelievable.
You got us here. Just take the compliment, okay?
Fair enough.
Oh. All right.
You're restocking your beverages because it's about to get real. We'll take our first break.
Yes.
Oh, dang.
Ooh, baby. All right, I'm gonna grab a reserve. I got a feeling I'm gonna need it.
When you guys come back, I'm probably gonna grab a floor one.
There you go. Glory is what I need right now.
Thank you for the +1 perception, whoever got me that bad boy. Oh no, radio got it. Radio's got it. Oh man, here it goes. It's on now. Well, while we wait, why don't we do one of these? What do you guys think about one of these?
What are you doing?
Oh, doing one of these stuffing things.
Oh, I like stuffing things.
Mm-hmm.
7 things have been known to save my life on more than one occasion.
Mm-hmm.
And right now I could use all the stuffing things savings I can get. What did I get when I was walking away?
You have a +1 to perception, one-time use. Ah, good.
I mean, if anybody needs that card, it's definitely me.
Oh man, the delay is before death. By the way, if you guys are interested, the note that I sent to Histor said, "You're going to need this today." ... Women.
It made me laugh. I'm glad you explained why. Good Lord. Here we go into the breach, man. I will admit, I'm a little scared.
Should be. Should be. But you have tools.
Mm-hmm.
You have tools. You have spent your time to get those tools. Yo, Loco, I'm digging the new Venom picture, man. Looks good.
Tools are we getting?
The tools we have.
Well, everybody has a general resistance to cold. That's why you guys now don't have to make any of these cold checks, because it is below freezing at this point. Well below.
That came from a nom, right?
Mm-hmm. You guys having resistance to cold is what makes you not to have to make take that point of exhaustion every hour that you're in this right now, because we're below 0. Histor, you also have a D12 inspiration.
Ooh, I was gonna ask if we had any inspiration floating out there, because I got a feeling I'm gonna need every single one of those you got, including everyone else in this party. If you got cards, you got inspirations, now's the time to play them. Ruby, Cheekios, Valas, Dante.
Yeah, speaking of, give me 1 second.
give me one of them there inspirations.
No, not a inspiration. Just give me.
Oh no! That's the wrong. Oh no! Sorry, I just cut the music. Did it cut for you guys as well?
Nope. It just kept playing for me.
Okay, cool. I accidentally logged myself out.
Oh yeah, music's still playing. Probably much like my automation system at the radio station. It plays the last song that you started until you get back, or it runs out.
Yeah, go ahead and refresh now so you're on the current. I don't want you guys to have to lag behind.
Alistar. That's the other one I was trying to think of. She could probably use a little inspiration as well.
Mm-hmm.
Or I'm saying, if you got one of those very rare total party inspiration cards and you're feeling lucky.
And generous.
I'm going to burn my elemental, not my elemental, but I'm gonna burn my arcane recovery right now to get my six level spell slot back.
Didn't we just take a long rest?
But then he
Long
made a
rest.
feast.
Long rest doesn't give you
Oh
that?
yeah.
Oh, okay, never mind. That's right.
No, I just want my 6 level spell slot back. Thank you guys. God, I wish I had 2 of those. That would make my life so much easier. All right. As Valas pulls us in past several ice chunks. Harshnag's sacrifice comes to a close.
It's time.
This is it.
We do this
All right.
for our friends. We do this to save this realm. Don't forget, this is where we need to make the smart plays. Don't throw caution to the wind in a battle we can't win. We can let a patrol slide by. Let him go.
Got it. Okay. Who wants to go first? Oh wait, I do. I'll go first.
Ruby!
What? We have to go off the ship eventually. You gonna stay
don't.
here and keep looking?
We all go together.
Well, yes, but we can't all walk in the line together. One of us has to be in the first lane. That's where I'm going. I'll take the first step off the boat. I'm
Wait,
going for it. Oh my gosh! What?
before you go, think about it. We're about to walk into a serious battle here.
Yes, I know. We've talked about this for hours.
Right. So maybe we should not put people in front who might not be able to withstand a barrage. Maybe we should be smart about this. This is probably going to be what amounts to our most trying fight yet. We don't know what's going to await us there. We have to find Kiki.
And
have to-
Emery.
We have to find Emery, I guess. We have to defeat these giants, take back the ring, and then we have to move on. Because we still have to defeat Malachar.
I think I should go first. I'm saying I'm very sneaky. I'm harder to detect. I have great vision for the most part. Sometimes not if I'm not paying attention.
Well, she is stealthing. She is fine.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. I just don't want to underplay the fact that this. I know we joked around and we bickered, but this may be a one-way trip for some of us.
That's why we should play.
And we have to accept it. If you're not willing to put everything you have into it, then you'll lose everything. And you could take it from me. It's not fun.
Well, that's because you did everything solo on your own.
No, in the end, we're all on our own.
No.
That's not true.
We're all in this together, Valas.
Mm-hmm.
That includes Kiki.
No, we have to find her first.
But she's a part of this. As is Emery and everything else we do. Because as soon as we break apart, that's where they find the weakness among us.
Mm-hmm.
We stay united. We stay together. That's how we win.
First thing is first. What are we going to do about this vessel before we leave it?
What do you suggest we do about it?
Sinking, that sounds exhausting.
We won't have to
sinking
worry
it's
about
not
sinking it ourselves. It will be gone by the time we come back to it.
Scuttle it then.
I
Wait.
can let the skeletons sail it away.
Yes, let's do that. It'll be a perfect distraction.
You want to
All right.
raise the alarm?
I'll command the skeletons to sail this
Okay.
thing.
They run off your same survival. I want you to go ahead and roll a survival check. Everybody disembark from the vessel.
Okay, I'm getting to go first. I have the highest dexterity. It makes sense.
17.
17.
Why are you still in the boat then, kid?
Oh, I have to move my character. No, we were on the map part again already.
I have to move my character already?
Yeah, I don't know. We brought up the map. There we go. Let's play this smart.
Bam. Skeletons take Harshnag's sacrifice away and sail into the distance.
You know, Cheekios, almost feels like I'm watching the old man go again.
At this time, it will not be in vain.
I got a feeling this is the revenge he wanted to get.
You're damn right. Is there anything you guys want to do before you enter in to this ice cave?
I want to look around and investigate to see if I can see Kiki. I'm gonna be constantly searching around for her. Don't know where she's at. Nice.
That's fair.
Go ahead and roll that bad boy.
Nat 20. Damn it. I need that later.
What a waste.
All right. I'm going with your nat 20. I'm going to make a public roll. A needle in the haystack where Kiki may have been blown. The DC is an 18. Only because of your nat 20. Gonna come in hot. You can sense inside yourself that Kiki is somewhere here. But she is not in the bay that you've landed. Is there anything else you guys want to do before you go inside?
I'm gonna look at everybody and kind of feeling that Kiki is near and she's close. I can feel her somewhere. I don't know if that seems ridiculous, but we share a bond. She's part of my crew. And as much as sometimes I dislike some of you, you all are as well. And as Histor said, we can't leave anyone behind. Will you follow me to find her?
Mm-hmm.
I will.
And I'm using Inspiring Leader.
Oh, let's go.
So you all get the 14 temporary hit points.
Oh,
15.
Hot
15 temporary
fucking
hit points?
damn, dude.
My level plus my charisma modifier.
We got 31 temps. Let's go. Oh, yeah, baby. You just made me check to see if I had one of those cards. All right, so just to make sure and clear, Histor and Valas are the only two that have inspiration right now. Mods?
Mm-hmm. Got a D8 right now.
All right. All right. We'll move in. So this is a little bit different. It's not complete dynamic lighting. So you you're gonna be able to see a little bit of the cave, but until that bright light that you can see, until that encompasses it, you really don't see it.
Yeah, and is like my superior dark vision in play here?
Yes, it is. So for you,
Okay.
you can see everything in that ring of dim light.
Okay. Got it.
As you guys enter this icy cavern carved by glacier flow, almost slick underneath your feet, cold to the bone. Ruby, you have a +1 investigation card.
Ooh. Thank you.
Yes, I did mark my advantage card, Snow. Thank you. All right. You guys are officially in stealth mode right now. Ruby, if you are going to stealth ahead.
Yes. I'm going to put my cloak up.
Ruby, you have a 1d8 inspiration.
Oh, sweet.
All right, I'm gonna put up my cloak of elven kind. So, wisdom and perception checks will be at a disadvantage, and I have advantage on stealth checks as well. Any dex checks. And we are gonna go ahead and sneak forward.
Go ahead and roll your stealth. Everybody else, go ahead and roll a stealth back behind her, even though she's moving first. This is just for our follow-up.
That is going to be a 24.
15
18
for me.
16.
We'll roll Dante and Alistar. All right. They are all above 10. Proceed, Ruby.
All right. I am going to go ahead and just start walking around, sticking to the right side of the wall. As I'm moving across up here, I'm going to wait. Oops.
Leah, thank you for the inspiration.
And I'm going to look both ways, and I'm going to listen down each of the corridors and try to figure out which way might indicate, and remembering from the outside which way the general direction is towards the village.
The winding cave, you know you gotta go
Right.
up.
Does anybody have a
And
compass?
the elevation on either side is going up.
Okay. I'm gonna look for any clues that might indicate one way or the other. Any information, path, again, sound, breeze.
Can I maybe help indicate that with my feeling of Kiki being near?
Negative.
Nope. Okay.
Roll a survival check.
Okay. That is a 22.
Healthy amount of claw marks to the right. Large. Bipedal.
Hey, giants don't have claws, right?
No, but their servants do. We've seen them carry dragons around before.
All right, well, to the right, there are claw marks. So if we think he's bringing something there to his space, that's the way we might take. Unless we think very limited people can go to his space, then we might go left.
Which way is up?
They both go up. Any voting? Right, left?
Does not matter to me.
All roads lead to giants, I'm sure.
Well, hopefully the less giants. Here, wait 1 second.
I'm going to sneak up to the right a little bit. Kind of hide in this little corner here and see if I can see anything further out here in that vision.
Currently, everyone is inspired, and we are marked by those light bulbs.
All right. Thank you guys for the inspiration.
All right.
D6 or D8?
You got a D8.
Yeah.
The rest of us have D6.
Okay. Just checking.
No, I have a D10.
Oh, you did? Dang.
You have larger than that. You have a.
Oh, I thought I had a D6 or 8. No, 6.
I can't remember what you had. Mods will tell you.
Yeah. Whisper at me.
Yeah, the only people that don't have a, and I can use mine for, I can use that for Alistar. I can use it for Dante.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Okay.
So mine's flexible between the ones I control. All right, Ruby, what are you checking on when you move up this way?
I'm making sure I'm just checking to see if there's further pathway up there, more sound if it seems like I'm getting closer to anything, like any extra noise.
Roll a perception check.
Okay. That is going to be a 16. This isn't going to be like that troll situation, is it?
First thing I thought of.
The ogres.
I don't want to look around the corner. Or the ogres, sorry.
Cue the pictures of orphans.
I still got that picture.
Stop it.
You do?
Yeah. I pulled it out. There we go. Anyway, what is that sound?
It doesn't work like that, Ruby Shore.
Oh, dang it. Okay, can I peek around the corner to see with my eyes what is making that awful sound?
Reroll a
A history check. Do I know? If I...
Heard that sound before. Go ahead and roll another stealth check.
Okay. Okay, that is going to be a 25.
25. Yeah, you're gonna be able to go in as stealthy as can be.
Moving up.
Creep around the corner. Slowly moving through that ice. Up along the wall.
I'm gonna move over to this corner.
Hold your token where it's at.
Okay.
As you hold up against the ice, you continue to hear these rhythmic grunts.
Great. I'm gonna keep going. Wait, I'm gonna double back real quick. Just be like, there's grunting sounds. I'm going to get closer, but I think this is the way we need to go. I just have to figure out maybe if we can get around them, but if we can't, maybe we go the other way.
So, when you look up through that tunnel,
Mm-hmm.
you see a bed of ice and two. Oh, nope. I can't. Your token's gone now.
That's
And
actually
she-
back down where we are.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I moved her. Sorry, I moved her back to talk to them. Sorry, I'll move her back up.
Don't forget you can talk to most of us through your earpiece.
Oh, crap.
Let's see. Oh, yeah. As you sneak up, you can see two Yetis making love on a bed of ice. Back behind them,
Mm-hmm.
there is a large chest. Let's try this. There we go. That's what I was looking for. It is a sweaty Yeti mess up here.
God, no.
Ruby really wants the chest, but she knows we have an objective. She's like thinking through it in her head. She's like, what if they look up? What if one of them gets on their back? I don't know.
It's so sweaty. The bed of ice, now you realize what's dripping and wet underneath your feet. It's literally the heat.
Okay, out of disgust, I can see that's a dead end, right? That's all good. That's within my vision.
Go ahead and roll another stealth check.
Oh god. That's gonna be a 19.
19.
Actually, I have an advantage. So let me roll that one again. Fair. Just in case. That was a 25. I have my cloak up, so I need to take advantage of the advantage.
For a second, as you peek around, your eyes almost meet with that Alpha Yeti, but you tuck back behind just in time.
Absolutely disgusted and now scared. I do see, yeah, so I can see around that is the dead end, since that's within my sight range with dark vision. I just make a little sticky note in the back of my head. I will come back for that chest one day. And I'm gonna go back down and sneak back down to the group. Just
Mark it here today. Loot was left here today.
loot was left. I'll remember it. When you go into the tunnel, take a right. Past the sweaty sex
Guys,
Yetis.
I had to put sweaty sex Yetis
I did,
into
yeah.
this for a callback.
And of course, Ruby's the one who has to witness this.
Ruby may have learned something today.
Don't mess with sexy
Oh.
Yetis.
No opportunity to go back. All right. I look at the group and I go, we're not going that way. Just like
What's
a look
up
of
there?
horror on her face. Nothing. I don't want to talk about it.
Well, what is it? We should know if
Keep
there's
going.
danger.
No, it's dangerous. Yes, it's dangerous for your soul and your eyeballs, and physically probably will be a pain for us.
It was ogres. Ogres having sex. That's what you saw out there, didn't
Okay,
you?
fine. Yes, it definitely was. It was awful. Well,
Was it-
Yetis, they were furry this time. Ugh.
That's it? That's all you saw?
I'm sorry, is that normal for you?
There's no other way up?
No, it was the dead end behind them, but there was a treasure chest, and I really wanted to get it, but you guys should be proud because I said, no, this isn't the fight I should get. So, we're staying focused on mission. Hopefully, that chest doesn't include anything important. Which I wouldn't think it would, right? Like, that'd be a weird
Hey,
place to hide
hey.
a key, right?
Ruby,
Huh.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you. I showed some restraint today.
Mission in mind.
Okay, that's one of 3 chances, so I got 2 more chances to pass this.
I think what you mean was missionary.
I wasn't in there, so I don't know. You'll have to ask our resident voyeur. Ruby was was she?
I'm not
Let's go.
answering
We need to
anything
move.
that I
We need
saw.
to
Thank
move.
you. Thank you. She's just gonna cover her face and just I'm going. And she's sticking over to the right wall. And she's listening and she's going along.
Had to be done, chat.
Had to be done.
Did it?
Had to be done.
At least I didn't wind up with a Yeti on my shoulder, okay?
It's true. Not
this
yet.
time.
There's still an opportunity.
Roll a perception check.
Okay.
Everybody or just her?
She's out in front, so she's the lead on everything.
Okay, that one is a 30-20. Yeah. 30-20.
It's a whipping cold wind that blows through this front chamber. Chills you to the bone.
Can I tell that it's coming from a source, or does it feel like it's just a wind ripping through the tunnels? Like, is it does it have like a pacing, like something breathing?
No, not like breathing.
Okay.
It's cold wind.
I'm going to continue to move forward and hide right behind this little edge right there.
Roll a stealth check.
Okay.
Everybody else roll stealth check as well.
That's an 18.
22.
19.
Ooh, twinsies.
Ooh.
Aww.
Let's go unabated. Ruby, as you peek around the corner, you see an entire dragon skull frozen into a massive chunk of ice.
Just gonna turn back to the group. Real quick question. Are we afraid of frozen dead dragons? Like, can they come back to life? I'm just imagining a zombie ice dragon, and it's not a good picture in my head. There's a dead skeleton out there frozen, but I'm just imagining the worst case scenario.
Anything is possible, Ruby.
It's not a good answer. Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. I will go out first. If it comes alive, you all attack it in its butt while it's facing me. It's a very effective strategy. Hey, dead things don't poop, but whatever, okay? If it comes for me, you have to save me. I will at least distract it if it comes alive. Oh. Cool. All right, she's going to step out onto the ice then. She can technically walk over this skeleton, right? Is it frozen underneath her?
Yeah, it's frozen underneath you, and it dips down in to that massive chunk of ice. It's halfway protruding, half not.
Okay, I see. So just as depicted. Okay.
You can see it. It's massive.
Okay. She's going to go over to the left side of it. Does bones of it? Oh,
How
sorry.
far behind are we from you?
You're whatever you want to be. You guys have control of your characters.
Okay.
I'm looking at the skeleton. Does it look like it has battle marks on it or anything, like it's been in any fights?
Roll an investigation check.
I was gonna roll a history check.
I've seen plenty of dead dragons.
Well, I mean, it's kind of Histor's thing.
It is. Okay, that is going to be a 15.
It's heavily scarred.
That's not a good sign.
You can tell from its skeletal it's taken a lot of abuse.
Okay.
It wouldn't be Arcana, it would be history, wouldn't it? Looking for
What tell me what you want to do and I can tell you what you need for.
I'm trying to see if this might be a legendary dragon that he's heard of in his teachings, or any sort of
Legendary from bone structure, hard pull.
I guess it wouldn't be history. All right.
I'm going to move around the corner here. I'm going to whisper back,
Don't touch the dragon. It looks like it's been in battle as a dead thing.
Everybody else reroll a stealth.
15.
Yeah. 16.
Let's go. 30-20.
Histor, what could do this to a dragon this size?
Many tales of legend. Dragon Slayer. Many legendary weapons have felled dragons this size. It's hard to tell. But you don't overcome something of this size just by sheer luck.
I was afraid of that.
Come on. Quit admiring it. Let's go.
Ruby,
Mhm.
Histor, Valas, Cheekios. Roll a wisdom saving throw.
"21."
Oh shit.
21.
24.
All right.
As we cross by that skeleton, without touching it, Histor just passes over his hand, closes his eyes, and whispers a prayer. And it just simply translates to, through Bahamut, may you find peace.
As you guys step forward and continue to go where Ruby's at, Dante stops in his tracks.
Dante, the hell are you doing?
And you slowly see Dante in his dragon form walk over and put his forehead on that dragon's skull. You see the eyes roll in the back of his head. Oh no, this is not good. This is not good.
Is he connecting with it?
I don't know what he's doing. Dante!
I hold Cheekios back.
I think he wouldn't have done it unless...
It's just moving over towards Dante. Dante.
Dante rolled a 9 on his wisdom saving throw.
Shit. Dante.
No response. Still bent over, connected, head first to that dragon. And as you gather, you slowly start to see an ethereal form manifest itself from the frozen spine of this dragon. And as it forms, you can see it take the body of a frost giant.
Histor's gonna step two. Who are you?
When it responds, the vocalizations come from Dante's mouth. But it doesn't sound like Dante. I am Ursaron. And who are you?
I am Histor Faust, Dragonborn, soldier of Gancaster Citadel. My friends, Valas, Ruby Shore, Cheekios, my other friend Dante, you've seemed to have taken hold of.
Your friend Dante has been kind enough to lend me a voice where I would not have one. I see you have a giant in your presence.
She's no mere giant.
But she is not of frost in nature.
No, she's a cloud giant, but raised in the Fae. Her mother, we won't speak of. Her true family lies in the Summer Court. Her name is Alistar.
Histor, just what are you doing in SVARDBORG?
Jarl Storvald holds something in his possession that can tilt the power of the Frost Giants. The ordering has been broken. We've talked to Anam. He broke it from the complacency of his children. We seek to restore some ordering amongst these giants so that there can be peace within this realm. Jarl Storvald not only has our friend Emery, but also the conch of teleportation.
Roll a persuasion check.
Oh, baby. That is going to be a 26.
That ethereal frost giant form drops. and turns into a very battered white dragon.
I had
It
a
is
feeling.
true that my name is Erzron, but I am not the spirit of any frost giant. My family once nested here before Jarl Stovard returned. What you see of me are my remains. My ultimate regret.
How can you regret fighting against a power that holds the Ring of Winter?
At that time, the Jarl did not possess the ring. But he does possess my wife. And my kin.
See, Histor visibly starting to clench his fists.
Jarl Stovard returned to SVARDBORG after we'd been nesting here for some years. After hunting the lands, we returned to this land filled with giants. He took 7 of our children captive. We gave our lives in return for their safety, but he imprisoned myself and Eisenborg, my wife. She persists to this day.
Do you know how we can set her free?
The only way to truly set her free is to relieve her of this world. But that is something my soul cannot bear.
Neither mine is Rand. I've seen too many dragons killed in this realm.
If our children are to have a chance, they will need something in their lives. They will need a mother. For a father I cannot provide.
How do you feel about a red dragon?
In my current state, I am ambivalent.
One who's joined with you, who's given you a voice, Dante, is a very smart, young red dragon. If you can help us navigate these tunnels to the keep of Jarl Storvald. We'll help him free those 7 children. And I will help him in raising those. It's not a burden he would take on willingly. He's too smart for that. But I'm confident it's something that I can help him see.
Cheekios turns his head with your record with white dragons and looks the other way. Roll a persuasion check.
$17.
Mr. Faust, I ask you not to raise my children. But considering you are not frost giants, I will give you the information you seek. In return, if you see Eisenborg, you need to place simply a piece of my bone on her scale. That will let her know everything that we have discussed. She will aid you in locating a proper path through SVARDBORG. When you exit these caves, sister, you will take the path over the sea. A small trail. It will lead you to a claw glacier wall. If you are lucky, you will find my wife there.
And with your permission, I'm going to take a piece of you now and bring it with me till we find Eisenborg.
And his form slowly dissipates as you pull whatever piece of bone away from it.
Struggles to pull it out of the ice.
Should we each grab a piece? Just in case?
No.
It's not a bad idea, though.
I mean, if it's hard, or if one of us loses our piece, or whoever can get to her first, we just don't know what we'll come against.
If I have to, I'll die. Getting this piece to her.
Well, maybe you don't have to.
Cheekios walks up and snaps off a bone. One of the teeth.
Can you toss me one?
Snaps off another. Chucks it over. The minute this happens, Dante's eyes roll back through.
This is not meant to desecrate it. You know that. We do this to honor him.
Faust will walk up as well and grab a tooth, and he's gonna look over at Histor and say, I know that you have some sort of connection to these dragons, and I know that you would die for them. But don't forget, the entire world is at stake here. So dying for a smaller cause might be a waste. We're all gonna have to make hard choices. This might be yours.
He hard swallows and looks at Valas. Has the most sense you've made. Since we conjured you from death.
Well, even a blind squirrel.
No, Valas. You understand as well as I do. One of these days, you'll feel safe enough to admit it.
Well, not today.
So he gets up, slaps him on the shoulder.
If not today, then maybe another. We've all got a piece of our friend. Let's go find his wife.
Okay, come on. You all are a bunch of squirrels. We got it. But we're also in the bad spot here, and we probably shouldn't stay here that long.
Lead the way then.
All right, I'm gonna go up around the corner again. Cautiously listening as I walk along this.
Go ahead, roll a stealth check.
All right, sure. If you read roll insight.
Roll a stealth check, goddammit.
And maybe a sexy check while you're at it.
It's a 25
Hey
again.
now.
No rhythmic breathing over here.
Oh, thank goodness. All right, going up these stairs a little bit more.
Free and clear. Just the wind wisping past you.
Okay, come on, up this way. Probably see now that that's a loop, so that's cool. I'm gonna sneeze. Hold on. Maybe I don't have to sneeze. Sorry. Just trying not to.
Drama.
Drama.
You can see it loop back in to Urshron's chamber.
Just out of curiosity, peeking around here, just to make sure nothing's missed. I got free treasure chest since I missed the other one. Oh, there is one. This is why, as a gamer, you remember to check every corner.
As you loop back around, you do
Wait.
see a solitary chest.
It doesn't look enchanted or anything, does it? The last one that I tried to force open didn't work well for me.
Does it look enchanted?
I don't know, like, does it have any runes on it, or... Like,
Does it look magic?
it doesn't look like it's got magic.
Oh, shit.
Ruby, as you raise forward, you slide down towards this chest
Okay.
and stop in front of it.
Oh. I'm gonna pull out my rapier and I'm gonna poke it.
It sucks you inside.
I'm really worried about that again. One bad treasure chest.
You poke it,
Okay.
it does nothing.
Is there a lock on it?
There's no lock.
I open it.
Do you?
It flips open with no regard.
Roll for initiative.
It's a straight
I
chest.
find a mega potion.
Roll it first.
Oh no.
Roll a d10.
Table.
Wait. What was that?
Roll a 1d10.
Oh, 1d10. Okay. All right. A 2.
All right. Ooh, that's gonna be nice.
Oh.
What was your number again?
2. I'm really glad chat isn't in charge of this.
Wow, that's a lot.
I'm trying to read your mind right now and it's not working.
Focus. Focus, Ruby.
Nope.
The chest opens, 10 pounds of locks
Gosh, just all locks.
and one sleeve of bagels and no cream cheese.
It's just a smaller chest that has a smaller chest that has a smaller chest that has a smaller chest.
It has one gold coin in it.
But it'll be my gold coin.
Wow, that's crazy. So, Ruby,
Yes.
pry open this chest. And you pull out this Valkyrie-like helmet. Dazzling with diamonds, rubies, fire opals,
I know what
regular
this is.
opals
This is dope.
adorned around it.
You should know what this is too.
I know.
As you produce this helm of brilliance.
Oh. Oh.
This thing is
Okay.
sick.
You can use an action to cast one of the following spells with a save DC of 18. Daylight, Fireball, Prismatic Spray, Wall of Fire. The gem is destroyed when the spell is cast and disappears from the helm. As long as it has at least one diamond, the helm will emit dim light. As long as it at least has one ruby, you have resistance to fire damage. As long as the helm has one fire opal, you can use your action and speak command word to cause one weapon you're holding to burst into flames.
Crap.
I mean, if you found this in a corner, imagine what you'd find behind the Yetis having sex.
You can go back and find your
How
treasure
many
chest.
how many gems does it have?
I'm gonna
It
roll
does
on it
say-
right now.
Yeah,
Prismatic spray is the best.
I'll have to look up that one.
That's the diamond.
When you add it to your list, it'll give you all the spells in your spell slots.
Okay, perfect.
I'm doing it just across the board. It has 4 of each.
Oh shit! Let's
Not
go.
bad.
That is a powerful item now.
Not
Okay,
bad.
question on the usage of it.
Actually,
If I
if
do
you have
things-
notes up, I'll roll individually.
I do have notes up.
Okay, put 4 diamonds.
Okay.
Oh shit.
Oh shit. 13 rubies.
Oh wow!
That's because I am a ruby.
That's wall of fire.
Fireball.
16 fire opals.
Raise your fireball.
Oh. God damn.
30 opals.
That's your daylight.
Okay.
Nice,
Great.
nice, nice.
Well, I'm gonna put it on.
We're gonna put those ears though, or in that helmet.
For this, I will cut
No,
my
it's
ears
completely
off.
it's completely custom. It comes out, it's Valkyrie style. Now you have the
Just-
wings that come out by the side.
Makes my ears just look even bigger. Like I've got big,
this
giant
is dope.
golden ears.
Dude, you got a really, really good roll. All
I had
right.
one
For
of
some
these.
reason, I always think like, oh, lower numbers are never that great. But
No,
had
yours
one of these.
yours was on the table. It was when I rolled the 16 when I bumped it up on my chart.
Oh.
So
I had one of these on my very first campaign of D&D, and it
nice.
destroyed everything. So
Yeah,
good.
it's an item H. It's one below deck of many things table. So
Okay.
everybody
That's
go
added.
fill up your beverage. Go use the restroom. We'll be right back. I'm gonna
Go ahead. Hold
Yeah.
down, chat.
do it.
Oof. Oof.
Oh my gosh. I
Yeah.
need to catch up on chat. Yeah, that was insane. Oh my gosh.
Dude, here's to the gamer score on you and checking around the corner. I would have just gone around the bend and been like, all right, deuces, go, see you later.
Gotta check. You never know. I was just expecting like a health potion and that's it. Wow. Okay. So even with the command with, as long as your helm has one fire opal, you can use an action to speak a command word, just set it on fire.
Yep.
That doesn't use up one of my fire opals. That's just the
As long
bonus
as
of
it
it.
has a fire opal.
Yes, but I have to cast fireball to actually spend it. Okay. Just
There you
making sure
go.
I don't. Yeah.
This is a very complicated piece of equipment.
This is a lot of options. Oh.
I mean, really, it's slightly below like something like the deck of many things. Except
Yeah.
this is more battle oriented.
And
Because
only all good things.
I mean, it's good things as long as you have the gems.
Yes. But like the deck of many things has some really,
Really effed up things in it.
yeah, like, that one can bite back.
Well, considering, I mean, you've got 10 of those prismatic spray diamonds. Oh, oh my goodness.
Okay, roll a d20 if you are wearing the helm and take fire damage as a result of failing a saving throw against a spell. So if the spell is a fire damage and I fail.
Right.
On a roll of 1, the helm emits a beam of light from its remaining gems. Each creature within 60 feet of the helm other than you must succeed. And then the helm and its gems are destroyed. So that's one way where it's kind of a
It's your emergency
a
situation.
destruction kick. Yeah. I wonder. Interesting. I wonder if I have like one gem left, if I could use that. Or if there's a lot, if I could use it like a bomb.
I mean, it sounds like a light bomb. If you look at the way that it's red.
Yeah. I mean, there's plenty of other things I'd want to use it for, so maybe not that, but it's heavy on your head. We have not been, for the sake of story, we've not been counting weight. Fortunately. Very fortunate.
Lucky for Histor.
For all
Dude.
of us.
Here's the nice thing. It all balances out on the equipment that I have right now. Because I was looking at this amazing piece of armor that I have. It's like, all right, cool. Guess what? I've lost. I'm trying to find it. Shit. Where are you? Equipment. So it's got a problem when it comes to stealth, but I've got a ring that takes care of that. So all my rolls are flat.
Balances out.
Nice.
Actually, excuse me. It's not a ring. It's the boots. I got
The helm of brilliance has been.
I got boots of elven kind that help me with stealth. So I mean, those two balance each other out.
Yeah. Oh, you were talking about the mechanics. I was like, I am curious. If we ever get desperate enough, I wonder if I could use it as a bomb. Like, can I, if it's not worn and we shoot at it with the fire and it fails technically because no one's wearing it?
All
Just thinking
things.
creatively.
I don't know.
Not that I want to. It's got a lot of value out of it, but
The
Just a
freaking
thought.
the prismatic spray is one of my favorite spells.
So good. All
Like,
right.
it just plus it's cool because you get to roll on the effects and stuff. It's awesome.
this is really cool.
You find this ancient relic in this chest, somehow untrapped, left behind, truly JRPG style.
Got really lucky there. All right. Let's keep going. Also, look at what I'm wearing now.
That's a fancy hat. Does it do anything?
It's not a hat.
A lot of pretty jewels on that thing.
Thank you. I especially like the rubies.
You
Great. Now they're gonna
definitely
see us. They're gonna
have
see us
become
shining.
The
They're not-
warrior queen of the Fae.
It's okay. When I put the cloak up, they can't see it. It's not as shiny.
For the sake of brevity, if you guys are wrapping around and going back through the other way, correct?
Yes.
You guys take that path and are able to exit the ice cave.
Okay, I was really worried we'd get lost. This is legitimate. That's why I was so nervous about taking any turn.
As we exit, can I look for Kiki?
Absolutely.
22.
22.
100% not ready to bring Kiki back. We bring up her card just in case.
Gonna roll on it. Still no sign of Kiki. When you guys exit the cave, you're met with an amazing view as you've worked up one tier up through this glacier. still a little bit of running water up here that pours down from the sides and seeps down into the sea. You guys see that skinny passway that Urgeron explained to you earlier.
Does anybody else think that when we're crossing, a giant fish is gonna pop up and try to eat us?
No.
Be more worried about the ice cracking.
All I know is that looks like a very small trail. And that may be where we can find Eisenborg. You heard Urgeron talk about it. We owe him that much. Besides, Eisenborg get us into Jarl Storval's inner sanctum with as little battle as possible. It's worth it, don't you think?
It is. We're not going back, that's for sure.
Right, Cheekios?
What did I?
Okay. Just because I'm still scared of a giant fish, I'm gonna pull my trident out and then I will go across.
Keep your giant trident out. Keep that bone on quick draw.
All right. Wish me luck. She's gonna start sneaking
Ow.
across.
We're doing this all together.
As you guys get across towards the middle, you guys stop and stare out. Wind whipping through, strong. Roll a perception check.
14.
12.
29.
Holy shit.
Girl's got
Ruby.
eyes.
With your port in your left hand
See to my right.
and you're right out to the sea, you can see Harshnag's sacrifice sailing maneuvers around multiple ships currently in pursuit.
Look, look. Do you guys see it? Look, 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 look. Is it actually doing well?
And you'll be
Yes.
damned if you don't think you can see Leroy
Oh.
on the helm.
You know, he's almost as good at sailing as you are, Valas.
I don't know, Ruby, did you give him back his hand? Is that why he's on the helm?
I don't remember where his hand went. It looks like they're doing fine. No,
You know, even with one hand, she's as good as Valas.
it's fine. It's fine. He's doing a great job. But the distraction is working, so that probably means we need to hurry before.
Roll a
think,
perception
right?
check.
Okay, that one is going to be a 16.
The wind is so strong through this tunnel. It's hard to hear anything. But you guys press forward.
Okie dokie.
The pathways are wide enough. You have the solutions as a party. No matter what difficult terrain you see, for the sake of brevity, you guys have the options to go through. So you're able to make it through this stretch together as a team. As you guys press forward, leaving back behind the last bit of fresh water in towards more frozen territory. Valas, I want you to roll another survival check, and you can also roll a Kiki check.
Survival is 17. And then investigation is 24.
Valas. As you lead them out, from this ice bridge area, you feel something pull at all of your senses. As you continue forward over the top of a frozen river. You look out and you can see the glacier wall jet up, leading to the top of SVARDBORG. You can see a massive patrol of frost giants, humans, a giant dragon in the center of them. Yetis on chains, moving in front of them. But as you spot this patrol, what pulls at you the most is you think you see and feel Kiki's presence inside of a cube. Not far back from behind the patrol. With me rolling a 19, I said the DC was at 18. You believe you have located Kiki. She is represented, and I'm pinging it by this rock.
Oh, shh. Yeah.
And right now we're down in the crevice below the level these guys are on.
This patrol has not spotted you. This is just a overview of what's on the map. You can see two frost giants with large hoods up and over, winter wolves in tow. A massive patrolman with a huge warhammer on the back of a chained white dragon full of scars. Barbarians riding on mammoths, each holding a chain to a massive yeti in front.
So look around and Kiki's here.
So are a lot of other things. Like a lot. You see that?
I see it. It doesn't change the fact. She's
Even-
here.
If you get to her, getting into this could kill her and the rest of us.
No. I could. As I told Histor, there's larger things at stake here. But we came to save our friends, didn't we?
Do you think we could just dig a hole underneath them and go underneath?
Yeah, I'll get some spoons and we'll tunnel underneath them. In a couple of years, we'll come up on the other side.
I'm sorry. I was tired of the thought. I'd throw out an idea. Obviously, that's not going to work, but I think we do need to consider any other option.
Maybe we can distract them.
Who wants to be bait?
Hey, Valas,
Mm.
can you talk to your skeletons on that ship from here?
I could try.
What if they
That's-
fired a cannonball right in the middle of this whole mess in front of us?
That's not going to be possible.
I could summon my fire and let him lead them away. If he dies, that's okay. I don't know how long he'll last, and he's not very fast moving. I didn't want him to slow us down, but he could be a good distraction right now.
I could create a double,
Oh,
but that would leave me vulnerable, but invisible. I can't ask you guys to risk your lives for Kiki when there's so much more at stake, so
Well, the question is, do we think that big fucker in the middle is riding Eisenborg? The scarred up as that dragon looked.
yeah.
it's doubtful that a dragon is here of its own accord.
What if we do this? We take the fire elemental with the bone to rush in and try to get it to her. And then, Valas, you do your double to lead them all away once she's free. And then we probably only have to deal with the one bad guy?
So that's a risky play.
Well,
then
at least
that-
we have multiple bones.
The one thing we're not talking about is if we do that, then they know we're here.
They raised the alarm.
If we do this, we kill them.
That's a lot to kill.
We could try to sneak around, but maybe we can hide through these cracks and they won't see us.
What direction are they moving in?
They're moving in your direction.
Oh shit!
Is moving to the left, that's a higher ground area?
The only way for you guys to be undetected is going backwards from where you came.
Do we have straws? Can we hold our breath underwater?
In freezing water.
We're immune, we're resistant to cold.
Well, we either try to fight this out.
I can't believe it rolled that way with Kiki behind this group.
Yeah,
I can't believe
We either fight this out. They're coming our way anyways. We either fight this out or we retreat. Try to come back later.
This clearly isn't going to be the only patrol that we will run into. If we, this large of a group and our health, if it does not go well, we won't be able to handle a second attack. If there is an option, maybe not fully retreating, or don't have to go all the way back through the caves, but if there's a spot where we can have an advantage or wait for them to pass, a few moments of pause may not be the worst thing for us to do. If we're trying to think smart, if one of them is even loud enough to call for other patrol while we're fighting them.
There is only one thing to do in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
We take this fight for our friend. When we are done, Histor, we need to use part of that crystal.
But you guys said not to use the crystal.
Valas, desperate times call for desperate measures. You would know what unlimited power feels like? He pulls out the black hole and stretches it open just enough so you can see the crystal. They call for desperate measures.
Well then, Kiki is my responsibility. I should take the risk.
This is all of our risk now. Histor, if this thing goes south, we will use it during. If we are victorious, we can take 5 and use it then.
So he closes it shut, tucks it back into his sack. So we don't need to use it.
Wait.
Cheesecake going, save the game! Save the game!
If we're gonna do this, it might be better if I freed Kiki first.
How can you do that when she's all the way across the battlefield?
I can.
You're gonna
I could turn into a gaseous form. That's risky, though. We might need the extra damage.
Is just gonna look around. Dante to his left, Alistar to his right.
Valas, both of us know Gambit. We've got a dragon and a giant. Your 2 hits ain't gonna mean for shit. You wanna make a reckless play, which I know you do. This is the time to do it.
And with that, Valas will cast gaseous form. Just from the ground up, just dissipate into a gas.
Let's go!
That was unexpected.
Let's go!
And I will Yeah. I will try to move using small, narrow passageways or cracks, kind of still not going straight through, but like.
As a gaseous form, you just look like the.
Okay, well, I don't know what I look like.
You're just.
All right.
You're like floating atop the frost.
Okay.
You're gonna be able to weave your way through those mammoth's 2 legs as it stomps down. You wrap through. You can see the cold breath from the winter wolf as it exits out up the leash to that frost giant where it holds. As you wrap through and go between its legs and wisp through.
Touch the bone.
I can't hold anything or take. I can't manipulate things.
Dude, that would have been on. Oh, ho, 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 ho. As your form slides up and over like a gust of wind, it kicks off the extra frost, and you can see Kiki frozen in place, eyes darting back and forth.
Can if I take solid form behind this rock, am I hidden?
You'll need to roll stealth, but you will have full cover.
Okay. And as I
roll stealth with advantage because you're just resting in place from that gaseous form.
Nat 20.
Let's go. Let's go. Get those nat 20s in the chat.
As I float over and look around, I do I notice anything about this dragon as I go by?
It is scarred. It is chained. It has been very abused.
Okay.
It looks like it has had the will beaten out of it.
So I will seeing Kiki in this ice after I've moved across the field and found her, I'll take my solid form again just behind that rock and just look and put a hand on the ice and, well, you've been in worse situations, but I found you. And I guess that'll be. Unless I can take a.
Can't respond because I'm an frozen ice cube.
Yep. Yeah, that's all I can do for now.
What am I supposed to do now?
Can I ask you what your plans are
My plans?
for removing her from the cube?
Probably using firebolt cantrip to warm up that ice. Probably melt her out of it. Something like that.
All right. Here's how this is gonna go. Full on set timer. As this patrol leaches forward, we're gonna have you applying that cantrip,
Okay.
melting that chunk of ice. Stealthily trying to carve Kiki out, not trying to melt the whole block, just trying to get to her.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to roll dexterity against me.
Okay.
We're gonna do this straight up as a win-loss situation. You can
Good thing I
use
got
your
that.
dexterity modifier. I will be making a straight roll. If you beat me, you will free Kiki before initiative.
Good thing I read that book.
Yeah.
We rolling now?
We're rolling.
I'm using an advantage card.
Oh, I also get advantage.
22.
Molto bene.
22. Thank you, chat, for advantage.
Holy shit. All right. Rest of the group. You can see Valas doing his handiwork. As this patrol marches forward, what would you like to do?
Real quick. I probably can only do one, right? One thing. I would like to at least cast heroism on both Cheekios and Histor. Let's give you guys as much health as we can. So 3 additional hit points.
Take it, dude.
Yeah.
At this point, everything you're willing to give, I
Yeah.
will take.
Let's just start it off at the top and know that at the beginning of each of your turns, you'll 3 temporary hit points.
Good to know. Because it's about to get stupid.
Yeah. If you'll let me go crazy, I'll also summon my fire elemental. But if not, I understand. Enough time. I'd rather do heroism first.
As you guys sit back and see this patrol coming, you look at the edge of the glacier as it juts up. You can see Emery thawing out Kiki. And you can see a massive city up above. That sprawls. Over the course of a massive peak of a glacier.
Wow. Dude, look at that.
And you can see on top a massive lodge crowned with dragon skulls. And that's what 8 hours will get you.
Oh my gosh, that's so much. Oh my gosh.
It's so large it has trouble zooming out.
It puts the lotion on its skin or it gets the hose again.
All right. How would you like to commence?
You really want to know?
We run away. No, I'm just kidding.
Deuces, Valas!
I am going to switch weapons to my bow.
Valas is just gonna be free and Kiki, trying to stay hidden behind the rest of the ice.
It's gonna be the dumbest thing I've ever done, or the smartest thing I've ever done.
Oh god.
So everybody
Before.
still currently has their same inspiration, correct?
Correct.
When we cut this in probably 30 to 40 minutes, I want you to write your inspiration down. I want it to carry over.
Because we're gonna need it.
God, it's sitting here.
We don't normally do that, but we will be doing it this time.
Okay, that's good to know.
Code for you're probably gonna die.
Yes.
right.
Okay.
You guys have an element of surprise. You're able to do one thing before it triggers initiative.
I know what I want to do. And if the party will go along with me,
2 thumbs up. We got you.
so this is what I start to do. You hear me chant in Draconic. As you see, I'm opening up in front of us a glowing white portal, casting Dimension Door at the 4th level. I'm going to open up a hole on the other side of this troop, just behind the white dragon.
Oh shit!
Cool.
And as the portal completes, I'm going to look back at Cheekios and Ruby and Dante and our new giant friend. If this isn't who I think it is, help me. And Histor is going to step through the portal, swing around, and clap that bone onto the tail of that white dragon with everything he has. If I need to spend a hero point,
No.
I will spend a hero point.
Now, go ahead, put yourself on the map.
How smart.
So, this dragon is aerial at the moment.
Oh, he's in the air?
She is in the air.
Oh, she's in the air.
So, when you do this, do you want to be on the back of this dragon?
100%.
All right.
That seems safe.
Yep.
All right. So, we know he is doing this. Is there anything that you want to do, Ruby?
Yeah.
Oh, Counter Strike! Let's go! Thank you.
It caught me off guard how excited you were.
I never got a Counter Strike. I'm excited.
I'm going to go ahead and summon my fire elemental.
Yes. One more thing for the board.
Bring out that
Yes,
little
this is what I
sucker.
needed.
You
This is
don't
what I
have to worry
needed.
about being stealthy anymore. That's beacon of light. Who hopefully can't heal anyone here out of stupidity. Will be a great addition.
All right, where you? What kind of range you got on him?
Like in speed, like, or his attacks?
Okay, he
in
just
range?
summons next to you. Gotcha.
Yeah, he's
All right,
yeah.
so you'll be summoning that fire elemental.
Yeah. Right now, I'm just gonna call him Hector.
Good safe name.
Right, I like it. Strong name, feels reliable.
Power of the Rock.
Yes.
Hector.
Hector.
All right. Alistar and Dante are going to look at each other and nod their heads. Dante is going to pop up and use his breath weapon at the trifecta of mammoths and yeti that's in front of him. Alistar is going to raise up and pull her bow back and use wind aura. All right. Cheekios. Man, I feel like I should be doing something big brain.
Drink swine.
I think everybody's got everything covered. I'm going to hold my action for that first person who takes heavy damage. Because that's what's smart and prudent. All right. So, you have not seen Wind Aura yet. As Alistar pulls back her bow, the same time Dante pops up and erupts his breath weapon. Alistar pulls back her bow and it emits an arrow and it spins and it torrents into 3 tornadoes that spin forward.
Oh my goodness.
That's really badass.
Dude. Come
Both
on.
Yetis, all 4 mammoths, and berserkers on top of them, all are going to have to make dexterity saving throws. The mammoths and berserkers will all be together with this. First, the Yetis. Yetis will all fail. DC on these, by the way, are 20. Mammoths will fail with berserkers.
Oh, that was turn to burns. Never mind.
You're gonna get max damage on this. It wouldn't be a combat scenario if I didn't forget to bring up one card. 64 total points of fire damage to the port side. 64 points of wind damage, thunder damage to the starboard side. In this massive joint attack that spreads out, I need everyone to roll for initiative. Woo! And it begins.
I'm excited about that.
Who rolled a nat 20 on a 1 mil? Aaliyah?
Oh, nice.
Aaliyah has unbelievable luck on that. Mods, did you already give her one, or do I need to give her one? Sweet. Thanks, namesake. You're the best. All right, let's go. Let's do this.
Oh, dirty 20 for Histor.
Dirty 20 on Histor.
$25 for Valas.
25 on Valas. Ruby.
7.
My initiative went up with that dex increase.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, persuasion.
Fancy.
So I have a chance to cast a spell before my turn. I rolled a 12 on my initiative. Oh my god, so much shit. I love it. So glad I pre-rolled so much shit.
Yeah, this would be a lot of rolling.
No,
Amazing what you do in 8 hours.
I put my work in. I definitely put my work in. All right, let's see here. Oh no, it's because I did it. I randomly selected other ones. Oh no. Okay. I know what I can do in this. Yeah, I'm not gonna sweat it. Just move this bad boy over here. Weird. A whole bunch of them are not displaying. That's fine. All right. Top of the order. Valas to org.
So is Kiki free now?
Kiki is free.
Do I roll for her too?
Damn right, you know, you roll for initiative.
All right. Welcome back, Kiki. That is
Kiki and
going
her
to
little
be
path of destruction.
also not great for her. That's a 10. Get these little rolls out.
I'm sure you have some pent up aggression.
It's
All
gonna
right.
be interesting.
Go ahead. You got to RP that release.
All right. How are you?
I'm melting the ice until it melts you free, basically. Warming it up with my hands.
Are you starting at the base or at the top? Is that how you warm people up with your hands?
Just in general, I'm just putting my hands on the ice and it's just melting straight to your face.
Oh my gosh, what took you so long to help me? Are you kidding me? I was stuck in here forever. What did you do?
We're in the middle of a fight.
Already? Did you
Yeah.
bring them here?
Well, no, they just happen to be here. Listen, it's not important.
Is that stupid Jarl here? He's the
Listen,
one who did this to me.
you've been unfrozen for 2 fucking seconds. Could you just chill?
I just needed.
I came all this way to find you. You're already fucking just talking.
Hurry up!
Just
Man, I actually hit something right now.
shut up.
Do you have any idea how bored I've been?
Yeah. I got it. You're gonna get your chance. You're gonna get your chance. Just hold on. I'm gonna
Fine.
start.
Hurry up.
I'm gonna start to. I'm just gonna free her completely so she can climb out.
Finally, she's like chipping away at it too, like just trying to pull the ice off.
All right, so I'm gonna have that consume your bonus action. You have a full action still.
Okay.
Me or her?
Oh, Kiki's got inspiration.
All right.
Yeah, Valas.
Okay. I'm gonna kind of just lean out from the side of the ice. Look, see? Look at what we have to do.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's a small army.
Yeah, it's not gonna be fun.
Can I take the dragon?
No, you can't take the dragon.
Why can't I
I think the dragon's gonna be. I think the dragon. I don't think the dragon is there willingly, so we're gonna focus on the other ones.
Fine. And I want the big giant to our right. Leave that one to me. Okay?
Well, I can't promise you fighting
Nope,
a giant by
I want
yourself.
it. I want it.
Listen, let's just.
I want
You've been
it.
frozen. Let's just warm up to this, okay? Listen, I'm glad that you're okay. We've been searching for you.
Yeah, it's
can-
real great.
Yeah, you're very happy to see me. I can see.
I am so ready to do this thing.
I walked all this way. You're not even. You don't even say hi.
Talking so much.
She's ready.
Valas will
Strangle Kiki on the side.
beat her to death.
100% regret this.
Why did I want this monkey?
Valas is going to. Hold on, he's gonna look at Kiki. See, all right, are you ready?
What?
Yes.
Because once we start, we can't stop.
Of course not. Let's do this.
All right. So what's the distance on this? Shit. Valas is going to step out from behind the rock and cast lightning bolt all the way across. It's got a 5-foot width, so it should hit most of this. They all have to make dex saves. But I'm casting it at 7th level.
All right.
No, sorry, yeah, 7th level, that's right, sorry.
– 16 for the frost giant.
Fail. Anything under a 17 fails.
That's a complete failure.
Okay. Adding the dice right now.
Make it happen.
Dude, that's a good lightning bolt line, man. That's a real good one.
50 points of lightning damage.
50 points of lightning damage?
12d6 at the 7th level.
Hello, Thor.
Let's go.
So I'm just gonna step out from behind the they say, are you ready? Notice I'm just still kind of crouched, kind of like leaning out from behind the rock and sliding out still on like one knee. Gonna take my fists as they're raise them up as they're charged with lightning. I'm just gonna slam them into the ground, and it's just gonna send just a line of lightning.
The berserkers on the back of the mammoths, DTD,
Ice.
they're all toast. You said 54?
50, just 50, flat 50.
Oh, just flat 50.
No. If they all fail, they take, the lightning ignites flammable objects in the area that aren't being worn or carried. I don't know if that matters, but.
You guys did 114 points of damage.
Are those just running wild now? They're not aggressively pursuing us?
It's all happening too quick.
Okay.
Yeah, so the mammoths and the Yeti in front have all taken 114 points of damage on this side. as you inflict massive elemental damage, showing off your true power.
That'll be it. Just slam my fists and yell.
Now, Histor, as you dimension doored, oh, it's that time for us to refresh roll 20. we've gone long enough for the elusive double refresh.
Ooh,
The elusive double refresh.
this is a very special moment.
There it is. There's my tunes.
As you dimension door onto the back of that white dragonborn and slap down the remnants of Ergeron. The eyes in the back of your head roll back. And as they do, it replays visions of scenes. You can see the 7 eggs inside of the main lodge. You can see Ergeron. You can see Eisenborg coming back to their nest. You can see the confrontation between the Jarl and them in their enslavement. You can eventually see them in chains. Eisenborg kept patrolling around the actual domiciles. You can see Ergeron strapped down to one of their largest battleships. And you can see his condition slowly deteriorating over time. Beaten. Waylaid. Exhausted. You can see a scene where eventually you can see Jarl Storvald on the front of this massive whaling ship. That you could make out the words Craigvid as he commands Ergeron to go out towards the whales. And you can see he doesn't have the strength to do it. And you see the Jarl reach down and pull up his weak head. Just enough to where you can see his eyes as they make eye contact. And he pulls out his axe. And you can feel his body fall to the floor. And the vision ends, and you can feel the muscles and bones underneath you begin to tense up. What do you do for your turn?
All right. So I have to ask you how I need to do this.
Yep, go for it.
I've got dimensional shackles, right? Those go up to giant size and down to little sizes.
Yep.
I'm gonna try and jump on this big dude and throw these dimensional shackles on him while he's
riding
and got his guard down.
But you're gonna be able to shackle one hand because he's a giant.
Right.
What do you want to shackle him to?
And that's the question now, isn't it?
All right. So, if you want to try to slap dimensional manacles, you know what you have to do here. This involves an incredible roll in swinging around.
You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to try it. I've got inspiration and a prayer. Oh, this is going to be dumb.
All right. Now, what are you going to use to try? You're going to try to grab one hand, slap a manacle on, and whip around to the other hand in front. So you're going to try to bind him like this. So there's a couple of things. From where you're at, you're quick enough, you're going to be able to slap that first manacle on with a roll to hit. Then it's going to be a combination of strength and momentum to pull and wrap that hand next to the other. So if you want to just do it on your own, it's a strength and it's an acrobatics check. And then another roll to hit. And that's going to consume your action. And if you fail, well, you're sitting right up in front of him.
Yep. Oh, God. No guts, no glory. Shit, Histor. Fuck. He's, I mean, there's no one else around him. He can't go for, I mean, there's no assistance that he can.
You've got this. Trust yourself.
Yeah. Tell me the rolls I need to make. I'm going to try and do this on my own.
First, I need you to roll the hit to slap those manacles on.
No modifiers, just a straight up unarmed strike roll.
No. This is going to be a melee attack with those manacles. So it would be like, yeah, it's like it'll be like punching them 100%.
Right. Okay, cool. $28
will hit.
All right. I don't want to think about this. Give me my next fucking roll. What am I rolling on next?
You did just get a lucky card too.
Okay. I'm gonna put that in the inventory right now. Thank you very much.
Feels very timely.
The first thing you're gonna need is as you slap the manacle on and you jump. I need your acrobatics check.
$22.
The DC was a 20. You are now swinging with a one manacle, trying to wrap around and pull this other wrist in. I need you to roll athletics check.
It's 26.
26. You succeed as you're pulling that arm with your own momentum as you wrap around this giant's body. You now need to roll the hit once again.
Same unarmed strike.
Unarmed strike.
Stop it. Is that right? It is. That is a 27.
27. You will hit again as you slam the manacles onto his arm as it begins to wrap around. You need to make one last athletics check.
Athletics. $29.
As they bind shut, holding him in front, still holding the reins of that dragon you were on. You sitting in front on the back of its neck, looking up at this frost giant lieutenant that you have just bound as these manacles wrap up and over.
This dragon does not belong to you anymore.
And I'm gonna go throw up because that's the end of my turn.
So these manacles, you need to read those to me because it is the lieutenant's turn.
Of course it is. Where are these dimensional shackles?
What a great callback item.
Oh my gosh. What an amazing play. That is crazy.
So crazy, it just might work.
Okay, so you can use an action to place these shackles on on a creature. The shackles adjust to fit the creature's small to large size, in addition to serving as mundane manacles, and the shackles prevent the creature bound by them from using any method of extra dimensional movement, including teleportation or travel to a different plane of existence. They don't prevent the creature from passing through an interdimensional portal. You and any creature you designate when you use the shackles can use you and any creature you designate when you use the shackles can use an action to remove them. Once every 30 days, the bound creature can make a DC 30 strength athletics check to remove the shackles every 30 days.
All right. So these don't restrain him. They don't grapple him. They just bind them to this plane. However, I will be rolling a wisdom saving throw with disadvantage because they look like manacles to me.
It looked like manacles to me until I read the entire card.
Wisdom saving throw of a +3 to know what these are.
I don't want to know. Just tell me when it's done. It was a nat 20, wasn't it?
It's a nat 20.
Okay.
I won't lie. It was an impressive maneuver. So now you're stuck with me on this plane.
Leifwar grabs down at his side and swings up and over a massive net. That is a 3.
Trying to hit me? That's not gonna happen.
As he tries to bring that net up and over you, you duck down and it misses. He pulls out his great axe instead. With a public roll, that will be a 24.
Hold on. Hold on. Where is it? 24. I'm playing an Indomitable card. That's gonna miss.
What's your AC right now?
21 plus a 5 makes it 25. Or excuse me, 26. Because it adds my proficiency bonus, which is a +5.
Nice. Nice.
Thank you, guys.
The reason it doesn't have disadvantage is because these manacles only bind it to this plane.
Oh, so it can't transport
He didn't read his
elsewhere.
magical item. They're not manacles that there are in D&D manacles that expand magically, but all these do is lock him to this plane.
I feel like that should have been in the name of the manacles.
Yeah, they are.
They
They're
are.
dimensional manacles, and I
Oh.
honestly forgot that they were dimensional. I just thought manacles and fuck it, it's a giant. They adjust the size. Let's just clap them on them and see what happens.
Still a
Fair.
great moment.
Fair. It was good to test it out, get the mechanics and feel for it.
Oh yeah, it's a great time to test things out.
Yeah,
From the
yeah.
Imminent death in front of us and around us.
All right. The rest of Leifwar's turn pulls back on the reins as you guys go up another 20, 30, 40 feet up into the air.
So you're 40. Gosh.
All right. The giant to this side turns back around and looks towards Valas and where that lightning bolt came from, and unleashes its winter wolf as it runs towards you and Kiki, jumping up on top and over the block. It's going to use its breath weapon. I need Kiki and Valas to make dexterity saving throws. If you're gonna have some folks make some dexterity saving throws, probably you two.
Yeah, that's
19.
27.
You guys will both succeed. You're gonna take 17 points of cold damage. Kiki, you will take that full 17. Valas, you will only take 8.
Because he's resistant.
Yep, because the
And
boon
dead?
of the All-Father.
Does this dead chop it in half again? Does us being dead have anything? Wait, let me check.
Only just
Does
poison.
being un...
Just necrotic.
Poison, frightened, necrotic.
Okay. I couldn't remember.
Just poison and necrotic. Never mind.
Apologies.
As you guys look, I'm gonna wait for radio to come back. I know he can hear, but
I just turn off my AC. That's all. It's getting cold. I'm here.
as you guys look back as that frost giant tosses its hood back and the snow and ice come back, you look over and you see the leash drop on the other winter wolf as it too comes running in to your direction. And you guys brace yourselves. Make another dexterity saving throw.
Dirty 20.
As you guys do your best to duck back behind the rock. Another winter wolf heading your way. You close your eyes for just a second. And you brace for the worst. And it's like everything comes to a standstill. As that winter wolf doesn't erupt in a breath weapon, as it latches on to the neck of the other winter wolf. And the other giant throws its hood back.
No, what? No!
Keep it
And
going.
you see the face of your old friend.
It's time to finish this.
I fucking told you.
Wait! Hold the fucking phone right now! That's not his twin brother, that's Harsnag.
Oh.
Histor! Brace yourself. The Best Brothers are back.
Oh no! Dude, you have no idea! Like, Harsnag's my favorite NPC. Oh shit!
You got really lucky on attacking the right side.
You attacked the fucking right side.
How bad would it have been if we had killed our friend?
And on that note,
Back, you guys, come on!
And on that note, we will end this episode.
Nice.
I'm gonna cry.
I called it that he wasn't dead. I knew it.
Was not ready for that.
Stop it. I don't want to talk about it right now. Turn the camera
Are you
off.
gonna cry? You're going to cry, aren't you? Don't hide your tears from us, Radio.
Alone.
This is important. Show us your
Yes,
emotion.
he's back. Yes, he's back.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Don't run from your feelings.
Dude, you brought Harsnag back. No, I can't. I don't
So-
want to talk about it right now.
Oh, he's in on it.
Good.
you need to think about who was left at Roaring Horn Estate.
I know who was left. I banished a fucking ice giant there. And when we jumped through the portal, we left him there. Or I left him there.
There is a character that was there that possessed true resurrection.
Did I kill him with the lightning?
No, I mean he has to still be alive. It's
Yeah.
either that little pudgy bastard or it's Lord Roaringhorn that I
Yeah.
can think of.
Yeah, I think that has to be it. That's
It's
amazing.
It's the Rocker or Roaringhorn. And, you know, knowing that Roaringhorn's an old mage,
He is not a cleric.
he's not
But
a cleric.
Sirach Cinnabons may awaken the dead.
If, oh
Just
my
the scent
God.
of the.
If Cinnabuns really brought my Bash Bro back, oh man, oh
Just laying it
man.
under his nose. Brings them back from the dead.
Excuse me, Mr. Harshnag, but I don't think I'm going to allow you to die today. Yeah, I'm going to bring you back. I'm going to bring you back from the dead. That's cool, okay? Just, tell Mr. Histor that I think he really owes me an apology for all the things he said that has hurt my feelings over the years.
I mean, that's our best bet, right?
Oh,
I'll give you guys a bonus
Until I
scene
know-
as you guys go out.
Yeah.
Is that Bifrost gate closed over the back of Harshnag? Inside the Roaring Horn Estate, cannon fire from the outside still exploding forward. Those were the noises that you didn't understand.
Mhm.
from the perspective on the floor in the middle of the mansion, you can see full Magitech Final Fantasy VI style mech firing firearms into the side of that ice wall. Still another giant that comes immediately back online after you leave, and that Winter Wolf. Braden Barley casts True Resurrection.
Oh shit, we left Braden behind. That's right.
From atop the balcony to raise Harshnag as that giant reappeared inside the main floor.
I've always been wondering what happened after we left, but I've been too scared to ask. Now I know.
This is it.
Braden Barley comes in to save the day.
We'd always push forward, so we didn't think of.
Oh, I had thought of it a couple of times, but I had been too scared in my mind to bring it up.
Yeah.
It's that whole out of sight, out of mind thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's not much we could have done. I mean, especially at that point. No, that's fair. That's fair. Oh, crazy.
Harshnag will be with you for the final fight.
Oh my god, I can't believe you brought Harshnag back.
I just got lucky. That's the only way he could come back. I'll be honest, he doesn't probably come back if you don't leave that frost giant to be dealt with. It's the battle. What do you do when you're a friar sitting in the middle of this iced in room? The Magitech hasn't gotten there yet. I'm bringing back the other giant to save my ass. Roaring Horn's already locked himself in the safe room.
Oh. That was crazy.
It's a good thing I didn't hit him with lightning, huh?
What that's crazy how that ended up working out with Kiki being in the scene and you casting lightning over there. And you saw I had his token hidden on the other side.
Was Kiki supposed to be in the scene?
Nope. I didn't plan on Kiki being in the scene, but I said what I said. If you got an 18 or above, then you're gonna find Kiki.
Good grief.
I instantly regretted thawing her out.
Immediately regretted.
You described her as talkative, so there we go. You guys also gave her a pet rock and a bunch of other stupid stuff that I now have to apply to her.
Brought your rock.
Here's some.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Gosh darn it, all these stupid things for her now. Dumb rock.
Hey, it's like me and my 14 kids, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yep.
We're a dangerous group.
Man.
Not to be trusted.
Yes, this is the first appearance of Braden Barley in this timeline, was that episode.
It's really cool.
Oh man.
Oh,
Next week's gonna be fucking intense.
this is a lot to go through.
Getting to next week is going to be fucking intense.
Yes.
Hey,
yes, it is.
At least the patrol feels real manageable now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
I hit him pretty good coming out the gate too.
I
You
mean,
guys have the abilities to do massive damage, but you have a city up on top of that glacier.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
sure hope Kiki was worth it, Valas.
Hope so too.
Well, you know, they were gonna find us either way, right? So
Well-
didn't really seem like we were getting out of the fight. Plus, Histor's the one that said go for it.
Dude, Histor's blinded by fucking saving dragons right now.
You guys were all in like, we're gonna fight this, and I'm just thinking, I thought we all knew that this was hard to fight. Wait, whatever.
Is this potentially, is this like your redemption shot? Will you actually save a white dragon? By the way, I didn't think about any of that in my head. Like it's part of that's ingrained in this encounter. But yeah, this is like your last chance to see if you can. The only time is when I cued in on it, when I was like, oh my God, this is hilarious. And I had to turn around as Cheekios, which was really just myself going, oh, you're going to fucking, your wife's so dead.
I believe in Histor. I do. But I did think it was slightly inappropriate that he showed up behind and slapped her. So there's that.
Well,
I didn't want to say it in
I
this
didn't
scene.
slap her ass. I slapped her on the tail. All right.
And slap her. You shoved a bone in there.
In the end, it's still just radio. You know, you can't avoid that. You got to take the good with the bad.
I mean, she is an older lady.
So, definitely an older dragon.
Are we really going to take it down this road right now?
100%.
This
He's
is
got
great.
a type.
I believe in Histor. This is going to be a really good moment.
Already got
Chat
me
saying,
on tilt. Bring it back, Harshnag.
make sure you write down your inspiration. I'm going to do that right now.
He
like-
slapped her from behind and then mounted her.
Hate you, chat. I love you all at the same time.
Everybody still has their inspiration, correct?
Malaka.
Those are
Yes.
different types.
Malaka. I have my inspiration too.
I have Harshnag. Is that a D100? I'll take that.
Ash bros are back, bitches.
Yeah, come on.
I've been very excited for this moment where he would come back out on a patrol the minute that I decided that it would be possible for him to cast True Resurrection and come back, since he's able to use the Bifrost Gate, come back with that wolf and assume another identity. I'm just glad I picked the right one on left.
Could have been real risky.
And on that note, we will end this week. Be good to each other, and remember,
Wash your damn hands.
I'm doing what I want to, Dirac. Shut up.
Eat my shit.